don't know where to start. That's why they turn to Family and Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton. JR will walk you through every step, diamonds, settings, styles, and how to choose what actually fits their budget and their partner. There's no pressure and no confusion, just straightforward guidance and a wide selection to compare with confidence. The goal is simple. Leave knowing you made the right decision. Family and Company Jewelers in Marlton, New Jersey, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. Funeral services will be held today in Washington, D.C. for South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham. President Trump, Benjamin Netanyahu, and Vladimir Zelensky expected to attend. Newly released COVID diaries from Dr. Anthony Fauci released days before his testimony before a Senate committee. HHS Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. telling the Ingram angle the diaries reflect a different conflict with what Fauci advised Americans to do during the pandemic.
He has immunity against all of the things that he did prior to President Biden signing, or the electronic pen signing his pardon, but he could perjure himself now. So there are many things that he said that we know are lies.
America's listening to Fox News.
The Bloomberg Market Minute brought to you by Monastra Financial Group. Guidance you can trust.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. So how are you feeling? Not too hot is the answer economists expect to hear from the latest snapshot of U.S. consumer confidence. The conference board's measure likely weakened this month as renewed tensions in the Middle East and disruptions in the Strait of Hormuz pushed gas prices higher and heightened uncertainty. Rising nowhere as quickly as gas prices have been housing prices, and today we have a snapshot of that. The S&P Totality Case-Shiller Index of home prices will likely show a modest year-over-year increase of just over 1% in May, as housing remains one of the weakest areas of the U.S. economy. Today, the Fed Reserve Policy Setting Committee gathers in Washington for its two-day meeting. Ahead of the announcement tomorrow on interest rates, the market is less certain about what the Fed may do, and that is by design. Chairman Kevin Warsh has said he intends to share far less than his predecessor about what policymakers are thinking regarding interest rates. Andrew O'Day, Bloomberg Radio.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-284-1238. 800-284-1238. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-284-1238.
Many of you know that my inspiration for becoming an accident attorney was my brother Tim, who was rendered a quadriplegic at age 18. I didn't know what a personal injury lawyer was or what they did, but I soon did. Tim was treated terribly by the insurance company, and I became enraged. It was a constant delay and deny. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Tim later worked with me for 27 years. Last year, my hero died at age 65. You can see my eulogy for him by visiting mybrothertim.com. He was one hell of a man. Because of Tim, together we built the largest injury firm in the world, and our clients are treated the way I would want my family to be treated. At Morgan & Morgan, nobody is a nobody and everybody is a somebody. If you need our help, visit forthepeople.com on your phone or computer. See you soon, Tim. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. Taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
If feels like every day there's something in the headlines that could make you wonder to yourself, is now even a good time to retire?
So many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping people get to, through, and beyond retirement for over 28 years, and each week he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti Saturdays and Sundays at 6 a.m., 9 a.m., and 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
When I hit my 50s, I felt like things were slowing down.
This is Sandra's Metamucil story.
I started taking Metamucil for digestion, but had no idea it would impact so much more. Not only did Metamucil help me feel more regular, but my heart health saw the benefits too.
Metamucil. One simple routine, 4 health benefits. Digestive health starts here. Go to Metamucil.com for more details.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Be first in line to secure a 2027 Phillies season ticket package before the public on sale. Gain access to benefits such as price savings, incredible seat locations, and more. Reserve yours at Phillies.com/season deposits. Catch the Phils when they take on the Marlins Monday, August 17th and Tuesday, August 18th, both at 6:40, and Wednesday, August 19th at 6:05.
Way back there. Gone.
Snag tickets now at Phillies.com.
You've always had great legs. The kids came along. You had a few more birthdays. And then the varicose veins showed up. What if I told you USA Vein Clinics could take care of those in 15 minutes and most insurance will cover the cost? No downtime, no hospital stays. Go to usaveinclinics.com or call 267-223-7162. That's 267-223-7162.
You know the feeling. That rush when you reach that goal? Make somebody brag a little back home? That's success. And at University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why UMGC offers an accredited skills-based education that helps move your career forward. We'll teach you how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science, plus build your skills in leadership, communication, and critical thinking. Explore more than 100 degrees and certificates in business, cybersecurity, healthcare, and more. With affordable and online programs, you can unlock new opportunities to help you succeed again. At UMGC, success is yours for the taking and the making, and nothing should keep you from it, especially not an application fee. Apply now and we'll waive your application fee. Classes start August 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Are you ready for the biggest 80s event of 2026? Howard Jones presents Things Can Only Get Better Tour with additional full sets by Wang Chung, English Beat, Modern English, and hosted by Richard Blade. Friday, August 14th, Borgata Hotel, Casino and Spa. Tickets on sale now at theborgata.com. Just when you thought it couldn't get any bigger, things can only get better.
When the doctor informed me that I had to be transplanted, I froze. I was in shock.
Mr. Gatling was on dialysis. He had end-stage kidney failure. Transplants are some of the most complex procedures in medicine.
I received a kidney transplant at Virtual Health.
We are the only transplant center in South Jersey.
I can stay in my own backyard. I thank them for keeping me alive.
Virtual Health, the only transplant center in South Jersey. Here for good. Learn more at virtua.org.
Your mission, should you choose to accept it, is to install a mailbox.
Let's go.
But there's one critical step before digging.
Wait, what?
Call 811 to have utility companies mark their underground lines. Failure to do so will result in catastrophic gas line damage. This message will not self-destruct, but your yard might if you don't contact 811 before you dig. Visit PA1call.org.
Maybe I should have listened to the home message first.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go. Live on a Tuesday morning, July 28th. It is indeed Kayal and Company right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps. And of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube. 855-839-1210. That is the phone number. On social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kale. Dawn Stensland with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Omquist, Jimmy Kelly, the associate producers. On a very, very interesting Rooney Tuesday, as Matt Rooney will join us coming up at 8:30, and we may or may not, actually we will, find out where the donation that never reached FBBCF is. Lost in translation. But good morning, Dawn. How are you?
Good morning.
Hello, Gregory.
It's a brave new world in Washington, D.C., home of the most adventurous eaters in the United States.
Okay.
In the nation's capital, enthusiastic diners seek out stomach-churning eats like the Filipino delicacy balut.
I like that, well done.
Which is a gloopy duck egg dish with a nearly developed embryo inside.
Okay. Well, I like eggs.
Ew.
Or a casu marzu, a stinky bowl of Sardinian sheep milk cheese crawling with live fly maggots.
I'll pass on that.
That's protein.
And surströmming. It's a Swedish fermented herring with a smell so vile it's been banned on several airlines.
Wow.
I know I can smell it.
A new survey from the meal kit delivery service HelloFresh has ranked America's most adventurous eaters, revealing where fearless taste bud warriors are most likely to say, sure, I'll try that. The survey counted up Google searches as a way to peek into the meals folks are most curious about and willing to swallow. In the U.S. Capitol, which stood out by a huge margin with an average of 14,370 searches for every 100,000 people, the boundary-pushing residents went on the hunt for Korean kimchi. And kash, an Armenian dish featuring gelatinous beef feet and tripe soup.
Now that sounds actually like the best thing on the menu.
Then there's Japanese natto with its sticky, stringy, fermented soybean that stretched like melted cheese but smells far less inviting.
Ew.
Okay.
Hawaii came in second with 8,400 searches per 100,000 people who were on the search for savory beef tongue and creamy sea urchins. Not far behind was Washington State with an average of 7,300 searches per 100,000 people. Foodies there are big fans of the super spicy Vietnamese broth pho and Korean barbecue.
I love that. I love pho.
Closing out the top four is California, where its discerning eateries seem more than happy to swap the familiar for every international cuisine imaginable, with 7,000 searches per 100,000 people. New York, 6,000, took 7th place. The Big Apple searches include Scottish haggis, a savory pudding of sheep's heart, liver, and lungs with onions and spices.
Yeah, I love onions.
And any form of octopus, and egusi soup, a West African concoction of seafood, snails, and cow skin. At the opposite end of the spectrum, West Virginia, which ranked as America's least adventurous state when it comes to trying unusual foods, with a mere 1,700 people, 1,800 if we're rounding up.
Do you have adventurous food here in West Virginia? Nah, man, we just got brisket.
Yeah. Congratulations on Washington, D.C. being the most adventurous state,
okay,
capital as far as foodies go.
Yeah. I'd consider myself a foodie.
You are?
Yeah, I think so. I'm willing to try anything. My adventure tolerance is probably a 9 out of 10. I will not do the maggots that you mentioned. And one or two other things. But I'll pretty much try anything, especially if it's game. I'll try any animal one time. My wife's the opposite. She thinks fine dining is Ruby Tuesdays. You give her like a chicken finger wrap with honey mustard and fries. She's good.
Yeah.
She's like Trump.
She's like Trump. Yeah, she
Safe.
eats. She'll just eat basic stuff. Just basic. She can't even say Kalamata olives properly. She made me a grilled chicken quesadilla with a Mediterranean twist last night with roasted red peppers, Kalamata olives, pepperoncinis, and fresh crushed garlic. It was delicious. And she goes, I got you some Kamala olives. I'm just like...
Kamala olives, that's funny.
I should have had my drops
Kamala.
up for that, yeah. But the moment has passed. I'm like, Kalamata. Say it with me, Kristen. She butchered it 4 times. I was like, you're 42. She's like, you don't even know how to use run versus ran. Who are you to question me? I was like, point taken. I'll be in the basement if you need me. But anywho.
Do you like the stinky cheese stuff, though?
Yeah, I won't let the smell of something turn me off.
Really?
It has to be the taste. Because the smell can fool you in most settings of life. Sometimes when the smell's bad, you just you pull the plug. But
unless you're dating.
Correct. We have a lot to get to today. The Fauci files. The diary of Dr. Anthony Fauci. We're going to get into that in the big take this morning. Also, the government and your groceries. Oh, New York City. Plus, Cracker Barrel. And also a racial slur uttered by an adult to a child that ultimately ended up in a criminal court with a conviction. Where was the location? It probably won't surprise you. But whatever happened to free speech? We'll get into that. Cut Sheet, Fight Club, and of course Matt Rooney coming up at 8:30. But let's get to the news. Round number 1 at 6:07. The great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning, Kayal and Company News Live this Tuesday morning, July the 28th. We're at 72 degrees. National Weather Service issuing some flash flood alerts this morning. We'll get the full forecast with Nick in just a moment, but we could face some severe weather, strong winds, maybe even an isolated tornado. That may be in the future. So some of those alerts beginning as early as 8 a.m. with a high of 79 degrees. So heads up on that one. We are sponsored this morning in Kayal and Company News Live by National Liberty Museum. So under investigation this morning, many residents waking up in Philadelphia's Fairmount neighborhood, waking up to find their vehicles. Well, the vehicles are there, but all 4 wheels missing. And so are all of these different wheel thefts connected? So especially Hondas being targeted across the Fairmount neighborhood. One vehicle found on plastic crates. So at least they propped up the vehicle on some crates. That was 25th Pennsylvania Ave. Another Honda left on crates, 18th and Brandywine Street. And so there were, all of these look like, or most of them look like Hondas with the wheels stolen within that area. Another one, 18th and Francis Streets. So some of the windows were smashed in, some of the vehicles brand new, but all of those, I'm not talking about a hubcap situation.
Right.
The entire tires.
Sure.
Gone.
Well, a lot of times nowadays, many cars, it's funny you say that. I don't think any cars in the modern era, I don't know what the modern era would be, but let's call it the last 7-8 years. Do you think hubcaps are even, every car basically comes with like a stock rim right now. Remember like back in the 90s and the 2000s where it was like you had those cheap, shiny, plasticky hubcaps that would fall off. And then you actually had really solid either stock rims that came with the vehicle, or people would invest thousands of dollars and put really high profile rims on their ride. Like those are the ones I would imagine that are being stolen. But what do you think? I can't imagine that a stock rim. Now, I know all the automobile experts are going to come out of the YouTube chat now and just eviscerate me because I literally know nothing. But I can't imagine a stock rim is that valuable on the black market, so to speak.
Yeah, I will say this, that there were people with Hondas that were even a few years old and they smashed and grabbed and their vehicles did not take their tires.
Interesting.
So to your point, because I know my one of my son's Honda Civic, it does have the so-called hubcap. It looks like what you're talking about. It actually will come off.
Okay.
because two of them are in the garage. They came off and he just...
Well, how old are they?
So that one is like 3.5 years old. So it's not that old.
Oh, wow.
But I think to your point, a lot of the newer ones even are like what you said.
Yeah, you need like the drill bits to get the rims off and the tire
special
itself.
thing that you get, the special key.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. What do they call that? A lug nut? I could be wrong about that.
Sorry.
No, that's fine.
We have to call our friends at Piazza.
That's right.
Piazza Honda. So
that's right. If you want to purchase a Honda that could be stolen in Philadelphia, call Piazza Auto Group.
4 new tires though. So in this one, they're obviously investigating, reviewing all of the doorbell type cameras, trying to catch these thieves. Obviously very expensive and aggravating. Can you imagine you come out for work, you get in your car, maybe it's dark, you don't notice right away, and then you go to leave and your car alarms are going off. And wait a minute, they took the tires?
That's a way to get a jump start to your day.
Oh my gosh.
Who needs coffee when you don't have your tires?
Yeah, it's crazy. So, yeah, that's a bad Tuesday.
Yeah, I just jotted down the brands that seem... So Honda, Hyundai, Nissan, Kia, they seem to be the 4 that are targeted most of the time. Three of those brands you can get courtesy of the Piazza Auto Group.
Yeah, and a lot of these, they look like this, so they don't look like SUVs to me, just looking at some of the police photos and the description. So a lot of these Hondas are more like a Honda Civic, not an SUV.
Yeah.
So
wonder if it has anything to do with the weight of the rim and the tire, how quick you have to be in and out to get these things. Maybe an SUV would be more time consuming.
Detective Nick Kayal.
Need more manpower.
Mm-hmm.
I'll head up the automobile theft department of the Philadelphia Police Department. We'll crack down on this.
Yes. Tracking those plastic crates may crack the case.
That's right.
We have an update on that off-duty Philadelphia police officer charged in that fatal shooting. I reported this yesterday, Northampton County, Pennsylvania. He says now that he fired in self-defense during this domestic dispute. So he's identified as 25-year-old Kenroy Cummings on the Philadelphia police force, 2 years, accused of shooting his own uncle to death and then leading police on a high-speed chase. He was off duty at the time of the shooting, taken into custody after returning to the shooting scene. All of this Allen Township. Victim ID'd as 27-year-old Shakir Moncrief, his uncle. So police say that Moncrief, his uncle, and a boy were at this home. This is Northampton County. So the boy says that the uncle, Moncrief, threatened the boy. So the boy calls several family members, including Cummings, who's a Philadelphia police officer, who comes to the home. Cummings says, to protect the boy who had been like abused or what have you by the uncle. This is all according to the officer's side of the story.
Sexual or physical abuse?
They're not saying.
Okay.
Just that the boy was calling for help.
Got it.
And so he comes to answer this.
Yep.
So in this one, a domestic situation, and the police officer is saying now that he fired in self-defense, that this was an aggressive uncle who went after this boy, then went after Cummings, and that Officer Cummings says he was doing this all in the name of self-defense.
Got it.
That's what he's saying. So so he admitted to the shooting. He says, according to the affidavit, court records, etc., admits, yes, he shot his uncle multiple times, told police this was all in self-defense. He believed that Moncrief was reaching for his gun after this altercation, and that's when Cummings says, pulled out the gun and shot his uncle. So, really tragic, family situation, but, he's, that's his side so far in court, and we'll continue to follow that one.
Okay, wow.
Royersford, Montgomery County, police searching for a group of suspects who damaged the resident's property as they participated. This is a viral door kick challenge.
Oh.
Yeah, Royersford.
Stemming from TikTok, perhaps?
Yep.
Okay.
Exactly. Door kick, TikTok.
Mm-hmm.
So it takes, maybe did you guys do kind of a ding-dong ditching kind of a thing ever?
Yeah, back in the day, ringing doorbells and running, egging houses in the back and then taking off. Yep, absolutely.
So in this one, they're just saying, they've taken it a step further where they kick your door and kick it open sometimes. That's the challenge. Royersford police said that the act has significant damage to people's front doors, to their homes. They've released images of some of the suspects who look like kids in this case. And so they said they understand that back in the day and for years, people like ring the doorbell and run. But in this case, causing a lot of damage, terrifying to people, especially if they kick the door and the door opens for a homeowner.
Especially if they're elderly,
senior citizens.
Right.
So significant property damage. So they've released this on Crime Watch, want to catch these individuals and say, even though the perpetrators look like children or teens, parents could have to pay for all that damage.
Mm-hmm.
Also, what if you have an armed homeowner and they, feel that they're it's a B&E?
F around and find out. Mm-hmm.
We have an update for you on, we've talked a lot about the controversy over these AI data centers that are popping up. What about 80 in New Jersey that nobody knew about that opened up under the previous Phil Murphy administration in New Jersey? Here on the Pennsylvania side, we have about 40, but with 70 that were slated that we found out about. And Pennsylvania having the advantage of knowing what's been going on with New Jersey, with sucking up all the water supply, being very loud, being very noisy, and also causing a supply and demand situation, perhaps raising prices. So in this one, township leaders, this is Montgomery County and Plymouth Township area, we've talked a lot about this. They had told the developer they wanted some assurances about all of these issues that we've been talking about here in Kayal and Company News Live, right? And Kayal and Company. So they wanted some assurances about noise, energy, that sort of thing as far as the data center. The latest on this one is they've said that because they didn't get the right answers or the right response to the application, township leaders, Plymouth Township, telling the developer, nope, they're rejecting the data center.
Good.
100%, it's rejected, not going to happen.
Good. Too close for comfort. Too close to Plymouth meeting and Plymouth Township. Don't want to hear it. Don't want to have any fallout and backlash. Nope. You mentioned last week, where was it? Was it Upper Perk? Where they're going to build one the size of the Philadelphia International Airport?
Yes. These things are massive.
Yeah, these things are a pain in the ass.
So this one was the one that's along the Schuylkill River. It's technically Conshohocken, but it's Plymouth meeting area.
Okay.
So it's along the Schuylkill River, Conshohocken, and I think it was 66 acres.
Okay.
This property.
Wow.
And so a huge data center, and now they're saying no, that it's 900 Conshohocken Road. They've said no. They're not gonna go through with this. They didn't get the right answers. They're not happy with it, and that in fact, based on what they have, it would not fit into the zoning restrictions.
Good.
So that's
good.
That's the latest on that one.
We have a zoning issue for once, and I'm on board with it.
Ocean Casino Resorts announcing they plan to resume their gaming operations this morning after a burst pipe forced a temporary shutdown. Oh no, I guess that would be bad luck if you're in the casino, but
sure.
Unfortunately, the burst pipe forced that shutdown. Small fire broke out on the ground level of the hotel. This happened yesterday morning, and the fire caused the pipe to burst. That led to all kinds of disruptions, damage, gaming operations, slot machine, table games, etc.
Yeah.
So they canceled, unfortunately, a $30,000 slot tournament, which was supposed to happen yesterday.
Slot tournaments.
Slot tournament.
A game of zero skill, and they have tournaments for proving addiction is a real thing.
So no injuries reported, but maybe quite a bummer and a disappointment.
I don't think I've ever been to Oceans. Actually, at this point, with the the creation of the Pennsylvania casino, whether it's Parks or wherever you prefer to go, all the way up to the Lehigh Valley. Honestly, we were just down in AC on Sunday finishing off the bike ride, and I'm looking around, and granted, the skyline, there's like the nostalgia feel to it. But other than going to the Borgata, I would have no interest in going down to Atlantic City for the casinos, even if it's for a show. Like the Borgata, you kind of feel like high end. The Borgata has like a Vegas feel to it, like the equivalent of, I don't know, maybe the Bellagio, if you've ever taken a trip to Vegas. But the rest of these casinos in Atlantic City, low energy.
I will tell you this, that the prices are so high we've talked about it yesterday, Sea Isle and Ocean City and, just up and down the Jersey Shore.
From a vacation standpoint?
From a vacation standpoint. So we have, I'll tell you, in the past, like Ocean Casino Resort, it's extremely clean.
Oh, yeah, I'm not saying it's dirty. Yeah,
No. But like just a pro tip with the kids, over the years, we've done this.
To get like a beach trip in?
To get a beach trip, if we didn't feel like spending, thousands of dollars.
Sure.
It's a luxury hotel.
Mm-hmm.
Some of them have pools.
Okay.
And we've up and down in AC. We've done that with the kids over the years, and now we have to be a little more careful because they're like, "Hey, can I go on?" Like, don't you go in that casino?
David's like, "Can I have $25 for the roulette wheel, Mom?" No.
But it's actually cheaper,
Yeah.
and it's a luxury hotel.
I can
and
see
get
that.
maid service.
I could see that.
So there's that going on.
Yep.
Just real quick headlines because I know we have to go for a great big take, which is an awesome. The Fauci situation, of course, I'm obsessed with it. But President Trump in Michigan stumping yesterday, and obviously we're talking about some very important primaries going on and watching those. Lindsey Graham, the late Senator Lindsey Graham, his funeral on this day, which brings to D.C. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. He's here.
Mom
in
Donnie
DC.
didn't like try to arrest him.
Oh, gee.
He didn't get like in a helicopter and go to our nation's capital and try to slap the cuffs on him.
Yeah, he said he's a little quiet.
Oh, okay.
Kind of,
Well.
shut him up.
Yeah.
And then the other one, and technically a local tie because the convicted killer, who's a Pennsylvania native, actually went to Northampton County Community College, I believe, for a couple years. The convicted killer of those 4 Idaho college students, 3 young women and a man, tragic situation. 1 year almost to the day. Now claims he's innocent. It's Brian Kohberger case in the headlines.
I just saw that headline yesterday, and as I got home from Olivia's softball tryouts last night, I put on Netflix. I'm wondering if there's a connection here. Netflix on Wednesday is dropping the first episode of the Idaho murders. So I'm wondering if Kohberger here, being the narcissistic scumbag murderer that he is doing this in conjunction with the Netflix release because he's seeking more attention.
Yeah, it's the old saying, be careful what you wish for, because remember the parents were upset with the prosecutor who cried in court, let him take a plea deal because they called him a coward, saying he wanted to avoid the death penalty.
Yep.
So some of the parents are already speaking out of the 4 victims saying, fine, bring it on. Let's have a trial. And this time, let's make sure he gets execution by, I suppose they would have Greg Stocker.
Yes,
that's
choose
right.
that.
They would bring him in and kaboom.
Firing squad. Amen.
Exactly.
So we're following that very carefully.
You have to wonder too if these Netflix documentaries are doing more to like make these people infamous,
encourage celebrity status,
right,
cult-like figures. Yep. Yeah.
It's very scary. Another thing that's scary is I was texting back and forth to our friend Linda Kearns, our great attorney, who was so generous for Families Behind the Badge. And, I love Melania. And we're saying, Melania and Barron, we need extra protection. They need to go into hiding because the headline, of course, now is that Iran reportedly targeting assassination poisoning attempts on our beautiful First Lady, Melania Trump, Barron Trump. Just these vile type of threats and assassination threats. Headlines.
I'm honestly surprised we don't hear more about that, right?
Yeah.
Like we always hear about, we see the foiled attacks that thankfully go sideways, but the ones that are never reported, I can't imagine that they're not voluminous. I mean, it just have to be dozens, if not hundreds. I don't know, maybe thousands. Who knows?
I think you're right, Nick.
Right?
And that's just it. What we don't know.
Right.
And why sometimes you don't see certain people. And then the media will say, well, where's so-and-so? Well, maybe they've had a bunch of assassination attempts and they're freaked out.
If I was Barron or Kai Trump,
my gosh,
I'd just be on a secluded golf course till 2035 or something.
Nick will use anything for a golf course excuse.
And if Kai ever wants to invite me, I'll gladly oblige.
Well, we are sponsored by the National Liberty Museum. Liberty, more than freedom. Liberty, freedom to act with a purpose and for the greater good. Discover the complete story of liberty in America. National Liberty Museum. Learn more. Just visit our friends at libertymuseum.org. Experience liberty, tested, shaped, and lived. The National Liberty Museum sponsoring our news, our weather in a minute. But first, man, what a big day for Phil Omquist.
Thank you, Don.
I guess it's not No King's Day here with LeBron. They like this king.
Well, that's true. We will, of course, start in baseball where the Phils took on the slumping Marlins in Miami. Zach Wheeler, rough start, giving up 5 runs, was pulled after 3 as they trailed 5-2. Remember, the Marlins had dropped 12 straight. The Phils then scored the next 5 to lead 7-5 after 8, which sounds great. But in the 9th, Durant couldn't hold the lead, and they lose 8-7. The Phils are now 3-7 over their last 10. And Miami, well, they celebrated like they won a World Series.
Base hit! Hits that losing streak goodbye! And good night! Griffin Conine walks it off!
God, they're such a pain in the butt.
3 in the 9th to win it!
For like 25, 30 years, they've been just a pain in our butt.
Pretty much.
God.
Pretty much.
It doesn't matter if we're good or we're bad. They're good or they're bad. I'd have to look. We'd have to look this up. You got to do some research later today, Phil, when you get a moment.
Yep.
I'd love to know what the Phillies' record against the Marlins is this century.
Okay, yeah, I can do that. Moving on, speaking of LeBron, with him signing here, the Sixers, they're now expected to receive 34 national TV showcase games this season, which is the most allowed under the NBA's current rights deal. So lots of Sixers on TV this year.
Yeah, 34 out of an 82-game season, almost half.
Season,
yeah.
yep.
It's exciting.
Which is good because the local broadcast stinks.
That's very true.
In my opinion.
Point guard? They're reporting that he might be point guard?
No, he handles the ball. Yeah.
He does.
There's a bit between him, Maxey, Edgecombe, I guess, Brown. They've got 4 guys that Joel Embiid thinks he's a point guard. He never goes in the paint. He just floats around the perimeter.
Huh? That's assuming he plays, though.
Well, that's assuming he plays, yeah. Right.
Also, it was reported that LeBron will likely live part-time in New York City while playing for the Sixers. I know people like to commute between the two, but are you okay with LeBron actually doing it? Who plays here?
LeBron in New York while living in Philly. So LeBron's going to work in Philly, live in New York. It's the reverse Lauer.
It is.
Yeah, right.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
But did you hear how they're going to transport him through helicopter?
Helicopter.
Essentially, yeah, that's what they're talking about.
That's the same way I come in every morning.
I mean, here's the problem. Is that, like, I mean, Kobe, anyone?
Yeah.
Right?
Well, yeah.
Well.
Tragic ending. But I think it was J.J. Redick on that 18-19 Sixers team when they were really good with Jimmy Butler and Ben Simmons and Embiid. He lived in Brooklyn and would commute in for home games here in Philadelphia.
It's unbelievable. We can't even get people to
stay here.
Well, you know what? I will be curious because all of these Mom Donnie just released that list of, all of the names. And,
is LeBron going to pay his fair share?
That's right.
That's true.
LeBron's accountant's going to call him and go, you might want to even live in Jersey.
There'll be a letter in the mail.
Yeah.
Even Jersey with the high property taxes is cheaper.
And it's not like there's not options. I mean, a lot of the athletes are in South Jersey and Cherry Hill.
Right.
You have people on the main line. I mean, you have options around here.
No question.
Nobody's saying you have to stay on Market, or nobody's saying you have to move out to Collegeville or wherever else you want to go, Bucks County.
Yeah, there's no question about that. One other LeBron factoid that I got, before he actually made a decision, you may recall that the Miami Heat actually scheduled a YouTube live stream titled LeBron James Introductory Press Conference. Well, apparently the employee of the Miami Heat who posted was just trying to get ahead of work that could come up if LeBron chose the Heat, and here's the key, while he was on vacation.
Oh. So he's like Stalker. He's on vacation. He's still working.
Well, he did it just before he went on vacation.
Oh.
So that's why he posted.
Okay.
And lastly, some football news. The wife of Chiefs offensive coordinator Eric Bieniemy was allegedly shot by their son at their home on Sunday.
Yeah.
Here's the story by ABC.
The son of a Kansas City Chiefs offensive coordinator is behind bars after police say he shot his mom at their family home in Virginia.
She's a saint. We all know that, the people that know her. Things happen and you got to work through it.
The Loudoun County Sheriff's Office saying 57-year-old Mia Bieniemy, who's married to Chiefs offensive coordinator Eric Bieniemy, was shot around 7:30 Sunday night.
We found that there had been a victim of a gunshot wound, and she had received multiple gunshot wounds, 2 actually, and the suspect was in the house with her, and that's who we ended up arrested in this investigation.
Sources telling ESPN she was shot in the chest and arm. The couple's son, 27-year-old Elijah Bieniemy, arrested and charged with malicious wounding,
looks like a real
use
winner.
of a firearm and commission of a felony, and discharge of a firearm inside of a dwelling. He's being held without bond at a detention center in Virginia and had not yet entered a plea.
Mia is stable, which is a plus, and and so is Eric Jr., and that's all.
Yeah, the investigation is still ongoing in that sports.
Tragic. Hey, I did the math.
Yeah.
So LeBron would pay, as Fortune magazine already did the math, if he lived in New York City rather than Pennsylvania, $450K more a year in combined state and local income taxes.
Wow.
Compared to if you lived in Pennsylvania.
Oh, my.
And that's just based on the $4 million salary.
Right.
But what else, what else does he have going on that they're going to tax?
It just shows you that if he really wanted to be a New York Knick.
He wanted to be a Knick.
100%.
No question.
100%. He's just kind of doing this to stick it to the Knicks.
Well, he had his chance, right? He wanted to be a Knick. What year was that, Phil? 2012?
Yes, 2013. Yes, 12, 13, somewhere in that general area. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. I tell you, if the opportunity was available for him to go to the Knicks now, like it was when they were bad, he would have chose the Knicks for sure.
Right.
Over the Sixers.
Right. Yes, absolutely.
Right.
New York taxes its residents on all global income earned everywhere.
Oh yeah, you can't. Yeah, you can't beat that system.
I'm sure he has some sort of a deal worked in where on because he's only going to play 60 games. I'm sure on the games he plays, they'll probably put him up at one of the nice hotels here.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like
the same place Anna stayed.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
He's got the Hummel suite.
Yeah, exactly.
So you don't think he's going to buy a place in Manhattan?
No.
Okay.
No, I don't. No, because and that's the thing too. With today's world, you don't need to play in a certain city to get your full market value. Being mobile, he went to L.A. and that was great. He could have went to New York. He decided to go back to Cleveland. Gone. Yeah, my hair's gone. It went years ago. Yeah. But in this day and age, you can have your cake and eat it too. And I think he realizes that.
450K is 450K.
I don't think it means much to him.
No,
his net worth is like $2 billion.
I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Wipes his butt with $450,000.
Must be nice.
Can't relate.
So I did my sponsor, which was National Liberty Museum. And Nick, I know that there's potentially some severe storms, all kind of National Weather Service alerts that are going off about what we could face weather-wise.
That is correct. Dawn currently 73, high of 83 today. Heavy storms, gusty winds, and small hail is possible. But then once this storm, which is a certainty, clears out, rest of the week, low 80s, low humidity, sunny skies. Heck, we are only going to hit 78 on Thursday. There's your Philly weather, and of course, a good weekend on tap. Temperatures will be in the mid to high 80s. We'll come back, get to a Tuesday morning big take. Dr. Anthony Fauci. What do we have here? It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Time now for today's Spotlight on Health Trends, sponsored by LensSeek.
If your social media is flooded with health maxing trends, doctors at The Ohio State University say to exercise caution. Experts warn these extreme diet, fitness, and supplement routines promise quick results, but can actually cause nutrient deficiencies, toxic supplement levels, and food anxiety. Instead of overcomplicating things, physicians recommend the basics of lifestyle medicine, sustainable movement, whole foods, and good sleep. I'm Margie Schaefer.
At LensSeek, we know running a business takes heart, hustle, and sometimes a little help. That's why we stand with you with our exclusive AI lending platform, connecting you to over 100 funders. If you've been in business for at least 2 years with a minimum annual revenue of $500,000, you can get up to $1 million in funding in as fast as 24 hours. No collateral, no prepayment penalties, no red tape. Apply today with no cost or obligation at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
Get ready for a new era of Penn State sports under new head coach Matt Campbell. Follow it all on the official home of Penn State football and basketball games. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the third time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. Mycomputercareer.edu, an elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
It's bigger, it's better. It's the 4th of July sales event at Tri-County CDJR. This month, get up to 20% off MSRP on select new 2026 Ram 1500 models. Come find bigger deals and better value at 422jeep.com. Available on select models with approved credit. Customers must qualify, plus tax, title, license, registration, and applicable government fees. Offers expire July 31st, 2026.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Oh yeah, Kayal and Company, 6:35 here on a Rooney Tuesday. Yes, a Rooney Tuesday in which we will chat with Matt Rooney coming up at 8:30 as he joins us for the Cut Sheet. The Cut Sheet officially kicks off at 7:45. We will get to grocery stores controlled, owned, and operated by the government. Mamdani set to do what Kansas City tried to do years ago 5 times over. And obviously, it will fail. And a handful of other stories. Also, remember the story about Cracker Barrel? Yeah, well, the CEO who butchered that company, kind of like the modern-day Bud Light, she's out. We'll give you just how bad she was for the company's bottom line, including the stock market. All of that coming up shortly. But first, let's get to a Tuesday morning Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
The Fauci Files 5.0. Over the last 3 years and 9 months of this show, we focused the Big Take and centered it around Dr. Anthony Fauci and the theme of COVID cover-ups, censorship of speech, and the dismissal of the true origins of the pandemic. And we've done it 4 different times, according to my records. Well, you know what? Today, let's make it a 5th time. Dr. Fauci's own diary, in his own words, thanks to guys like Rand Paul, exposing how he knew that the lab leak theory was credible from the first 6 weeks of the COVID-19 pandemic. Yep, he kept saying all sorts of other nonsense. Fauci dismissed 10 out of 12 scientists in his field that believed deliberate insertion was a possibility. He wrote that the wet market was never the real source. Then he would spend 24 consecutive months gaslighting the American public and telling anyone and everyone that if you don't agree with me, you are a conspiracy theorist. Well, this Wednesday, tomorrow, July 29th, Fauci is set to answer for it as he will testify under oath before Congress. That's why today, the Fauci diary being released to the American public and being talked about from late Sunday night and all day yesterday is so critical. And I've said it before and I'll say it again. Anthony Fauci is the biggest violator of human rights in the modern day history of the United States of America. Not globally, but here in the good old USA, nobody has violated more rights than this guy. Not Donald Trump, not Joe Biden, not the Supreme Court of the United States in Roe v. Wade, not the media, not corporate America, not alphabet agencies. This man right here. You know, in baseball, if you're an umpire, you never want to be noticed. You never want to become the storyline. You never want to steal the show. A job well done is a job that goes unnoticed. I believe the same should apply to somebody in charge of, I don't know, the NIH or perhaps the CDC. But in the event a global pandemic occurs, you go ahead with your job in a trustworthy, professional, consistent manner, seeking answers and providing solutions. Tony Fauci did anything but that. His diary, in fact, backs up these claims. So let's dig in. Let's begin with the mortality rate of COVID compared to the way in which Fauci spread fear about the virus with falsehoods. In his diary, that is now public record, Fauci estimated the mortality rate of COVID-19 was around 0.2% to 0.3%. That was February of 2020, according to his own diary. Roughly a month before the world announced we have a pandemic on our hands. However, he told Congress approximately 6 weeks later that the death rate was significantly higher. Now, why would he do that? I believe, and I'm just making allegations here, to spread fear, ramp up government control of your life, shut things down, lock schools out, make businesses operate at 25% capacity, and make it open season for pharma and their profits. And Fauci loved the fame. He craved it. It was his Super Bowl, and he wanted the ball. He had finally made the big game, and he was ready to be MVP. And yes, I know about AIDS back in the day. In his diary, he logs a day and time in which he took calls from Hollywood elitists like Barbra Streisand. And Fauci was glued to your TVs. He was on every network. He was more visible and more vocal than perhaps even the president of the United States, which is almost impossible to do because Trump can't be quiet. The biggest TV violators, CNN. First, Dana Bash, then Jake Tapper. Here was Fauci on CNN with Dana Bash in December of 2020 as we wrap up the first 8 months of the pandemic. Listen and watch.
You are seen to many as a superhero, but you are a human being, and you've been working nonstop since all of this began, communicating with the public, trying to get a handle on this pandemic in terms of the science. So how do you keep yourself going in the face of all of this death and disease?
You know, Dana, it's really just focusing on the enormity of the problem and the fact that I do have a role in the response to this problem. And whenever that happens, you've got to focus like a laser beam on what the goal is to end this terrible outbreak that we're going through. And I don't really, you don't have time for feeling sorry for yourself that you're tired or that you feel like you just got to suck it up, as it were. I use that because that's what it feels like sometimes. Mm-hmm. But that's what you do. You got to realize that here we are in this country and in this world with so many people who are suffering and dying from this terrible scourge that we're under. So let's just get it over with. And when you do that, you just focus and go for it. And everything else becomes secondary.
Dana Bash actually calls and refers to him as a superhero. Look, it's a bird, it's a plane. No, it's a virologist that got everything wrong and then doubled down on ego and being a sociopath. Everything else becomes secondary, Tony. The only thing that was primary was you being the lone source of science. You claimed, and I quote, because I looked it up, quote, "If you doubt me, you doubt science. If you don't trust me, you don't trust science. I am science," end quote. Those were your words in the face of pushback from anybody who wanted the second source, perhaps like your colleague and career equal, Dr. Robert Redfeld. Also in the Fauci diary, we have fake strapper, also known as Jake Tapper, Mr. Philly of CNN, who between pumping up Biden in 2024 and denying he was in decline, only to sell a bunch of books of his errors, shot his credibility in the ass during COVID as well. Basically, Jake Tapper's entire career has gone to sugar honey iced tea over the last 6 years because the diaries reveal that Fauci back-channeled questions to Jake Tapper for his interview with Trump's Assistant Secretary for Health. He'd recently been over to the Tapper home for dinner and wrote, quote, "friendship building." Tapper had also been texting Fauci his private thoughts on Dr. Deborah Birx. So on one hand, Fauci is selling you a bill of goods on limited social interaction and restricting family gatherings around holidays, while simultaneously stroking Tapper and sharing his thoughts about the scarf. That would be Dr. Deborah Birx. And then his biggest violation, what his demands did to children and learning, which is really the most unforgivable. Fauci claimed he didn't shut down schools, but then bragged in his diary that California and New York shut down schools based on his recommendations. He loved the power. He loved the cachet. He loved the teachers' union leaders like Randy Weingarten joining in on the fun, publicly saying one thing, we're trying to open up schools, and then privately saying other things on email threads. In an exclusive by independent journalist Catherine Herridge, formerly of CBS News, who I believe is perhaps the best journalist in America today, she sat down for a 40-minute interview on the COVID-19 cover-up with a CIA whistleblower, and she posted the following about the video that she dropped as a preview with different chapters and it was on X yesterday. Exclusive. Former senior CIA operations officer James Erdman III blows the whistle on shadow government, urges senators to focus on Fauci and the money trail, alleges CIA effort to block his COVID-19 Senate testimony. You can read the full tweet and watch the full 40-minute video with different timestamps and different subjects pertaining to all sorts of things. But I want to focus in on two, with COVID and with Fauci, because anytime something doesn't add up in this lifetime, rule numero uno, follow the money. You get your answer at the end of that trail. Here's CIA whistleblower James Erdman III with Catherine Herridge. Listen and watch this.
You've seen the intelligence. What records and discussions should the senators focus on with Dr. Fauci?
They need to focus on contracts, for example, agreements between agencies, health agencies, whether it's NIH, NIAID, HHS. Those MOUs, those contracts and agreements, and elements of the intelligence community. If we're talking about dangerous gain of function, which is exactly what we're talking about, and Dr. Anthony Fauci knew that was dangerous gain of function, you're going to want to take a look at the money. Follow the money. Where does that go? That is the first and most important step.
And remember the non-compliance, the staunch skepticism, and or merely seeking out other solutions? Of course you do. Many of us had our doubts, and we were chastised. We were ridiculed. We were mocked. We were deplatformed. But in the CIA, and I can't believe I'm defending the CIA, but in the CIA, if you did the same thing as Nick or Harry or Tom, Dick or Bob, you were deemed a spy by your own country. Part 2 of Catherine and James. Listen and watch.
So what are you doing now?
So I decided I'm going to stay in the nonprofit space. And to my benefit, I actually co-founded the nonprofit I'm now involving myself with. Feds for Freedom is an organization. It was born during the COVID vaccine mandates. We sued the federal government over vaccine mandates. We were successful. We got an injunction that saved over 400,000 federal government jobs from having to take the vaccine. We filed 3 federal lawsuits on that front, 17 class action EEOs, 6 of which are still working their way through the EEO system, if you can believe that, a half decade later. We got involved in other issues that deal with constitutional governance and holding the government accountable for reform and transparency. In fact, on June 30th, we sued the CIA. We sued the CIA because they decided, and it came out last year, or the information became available last year, that anyone non-compliant with the vaccine mandates, they were investigated by the Counterespionage Department. That's thousands of employees. So instead of treating it like an employee insubordination issue, they said, yeah, you might be a spy.
And I think it went something like this. My body, my choice. Oh, no. It was roll up your sleeve and get the shot. No, actually it was, you're going to be the one who kills grandma. The Senate has one job, pass the Save America Act. And I know Fauci will never go to jail. He'll never be prosecuted. He's been pardoned. But as Road Warrior once said, the unofficial GM of the radio station, the process is the punishment. And Mr. Science himself will face that tomorrow. I don't wish any ill will on him. I don't want him harmed. I don't hope he gets cancer one day and dies. But I hope tomorrow is painful for him and that the evidence shows he was wrong and we were right. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Big Take brought to you by Bucks County Estate Traders, the largest furniture high-end destination in the Northeast. Check them out at buckscountyestatetraders.com or their showroom in Hatfield. 855-839-1210 is the phone number. Social media at 1210WPHT. And, of course, the YouTube chat, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Don't forget to hit the like and subscribe buttons. Dawn Stensland, Tony Fauci, the day is coming tomorrow. Your thoughts on the diaries of today?
Obviously, it's infuriating to those of us, especially here, ground zero, for one of, if not the strictest shutdowns, mandates during the pandemic in the nation. So I feel, in all honesty, that this man is largely responsible for damaging my kids, my family, my community. And I think that we should be allowed to have a class action lawsuit. I think that this is horrible, number one. Number two, if you woke up this morning and watched your local whatever station, unless it was, I don't know, Newsmax or Fox or here on Kayal and Company, you're asking yourself, I didn't hear much about this last night or yesterday when it broke. I don't hear much about it this morning. It's not in the headlines. How come? That's media malpractice. So it's bias by omission. They're by and large, the so-called mainstream media is either downplaying the story or completely ignoring it.
Yeah.
So Rand Paul, obviously leaked it to the New York Times. So maybe that will convince some of the media outlets to pick up the story. I do see just headlines. So I see New York Times, yes, because they got the exclusive. I see Fox News. Well, that's expected. But then CBS News did pick it up at some point overnight. I didn't see it as a lead or even a top story on NBC, ABC, etc. last night. So I think that obviously with tomorrow's testimony, we're going to hear more about it. But I simply think that the shaming, because now we know that this little creepazoid, this narcissist, how much he had the time. Because he said, oh, Dana, we didn't have time. Well, you certainly had time to write in your little diary. It's like a little scrapbook of himself.
Yep.
Wow.
It's I always said two things. It's one of two things when it came to Fauci. Either he just got everything wrong and is not nearly as accredited, established, esteemed as, the resume might portray, or he lied about everything, doubled down. And now I don't even want to say he got everything wrong. The dude just had such a fixation with his way or the highway, plastering himself all over television, CNN, MSNBC, even Fox News, I'm sure he was on as well. I just remember in 2020 and 2021 seeing that stupid COVID tracker on CNN, and this guy to the point where he was literally going through laryngitis because he's doing media hits all day long. And the reason I say it's not that he just got everything wrong, it was a cover-up. It's not as if COVID is anything new. There was SARS-CoV-2 before COVID-19. Sure, there's different iterations, different variants. Not everything is apples to apples. But dude, you've dealt with this before, other outbreaks. You've been dealing in the world of virology for 40, 50 freaking years, and everything was a lie, from the Wuhan lab to the 15-day lockdown to stop the spread, the efficacy of masks. We just came up with 6 feet of social distancing. There was no scientific determination made. We were just like, hey, how about we try 6 feet? Then the moments where our politicians are fine dining with celebrities with no masks on in restaurants, as the rest of us are told, you shouldn't have more than 4 family members this Thanksgiving. And then just to kind of wrap here, the way, and this is a personal story. You guys know me and my mother-in-law and I, we bicker all the time on politics. And I remember her saying to me, can you believe Trump villainizing this man who has dedicated his life to saving lives? I hope that orange bastard rots in hell. And I'm thinking, you don't understand that this guy, Fauci's not like the little local community practitioner that's giving your child a little shot, putting the Band-Aid on, doing the reflex test and tapping the knee and saying, okay, little Johnny's good for kindergarten. This guy is in a bureaucracy with major profits and major egos. And the people that thought Fauci was a saint thought that he was being attacked by the White House and all of these right-wing lunatics on social media. And all we did was say, you know what? It's not passing the smell test right here. But you know what? This is the blueprint. We've seen this for decades, especially in this country, the greatest country on earth, with a very, very screwed up deep state government with bureaucracy of unelected people. What do? They chastise you, they ridicule you, they'll deplatform you, they'll shame you, and then they will tear your life apart. But then 4, 5, 8, 12, 15 years later, when the truth comes out, it's, we got it wrong. Sorry, no big deal. You don't get those years back in your life, Dawn.
That's right.
Those kids don't get those years back. And again, I say it, I'm blessed, knock on wood. My girls started kindergarten when COVID hit. They never fell behind in reading. They never fell behind in math. They didn't fall behind in social skills or communication stuff. I know Stalker had said something to the effect of not putting his kid in the mask and wouldn't do it. Like, my girls emerged, at least to my knowledge.
Because you were in Nashville, though, so they didn't have the lockdowns.
We didn't have, but they still had virtual. But like, even if they were in Philadelphia, I just think, like, my girls are pretty bright. They get that from Kristen, obviously not from me. Like they came away unscathed. But I feel bad for the parents where for like 2 years, their kids. Now, I feel bad for all the kids, but the younger ones the most. Like, if Johnny didn't get to go to his senior prom, okay, I get it. Yeah, but like, I'm not a big prom guy, but I do feel for like kids that had sports upended, especially the ones that were banking on that for scholarships, that can't afford college and their parents can't pay for anything but books.
Oh,
right.
Yeah. It affected my sons, but it affected young kids too, because they were being forced to wear a mask. And so that affected their communication. They can't see the teacher's mouth, even when they got to go back to school. So they can't, it affected communication, speaking ability, social, so many different things that it affected and really caused a lot of gaps in learning. I mean, to me, it's just horrific.
Yep.
I will say this also, one thing that infuriated me, just what he knew. And so it'd be different if we thought, oh, he was this bumbling idiot. But see, he's so narcissistic, he can't help himself. So he's writing like, Dear Diary, and he's writing in his diary, admitting at one point, according to the diaries that they released that, we're getting to read now, that in fact, he thought it was more like a bad flu. But then when he spoke publicly about it, said how it could be deadly and it could kill hundreds of thousands of people, et cetera. And you had to do these shutdowns. And so that's just it. He's admitting the hypocrisy. Now we have the proof and we have the trail of evidence. On one hand, admitting what he really thought about how bad this virus was, but then publicly making it sound like it was horrific and scaring the heck out of people.
855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. We'll come back. A couple of other little tidbits to this big story. We'll wrap with that, and then we will get to the other big story. Zoran Mamdani. Oh, yeah. A 5-city run grocery store set up, which will sell essentials at 30% below retail price. It's Kayal and Company. We'll continue on the other side on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Saw a t-shirt recently that said too much of anything is bad, unless we're talking about bacon. Now, we can debate that all day long, right? But the point is, portion control is a good thing. That can also be said about your retirement accounts. Too much risk, and you could get burned by a down market. Too conservative, and maybe you can't take that Alaskan cruise. Alan Cohen at Spectrum Wealth Partners understands portion control. He can build a retirement plan with a level of protection and risk designed specifically for you. And if you don't want any risk at all, he can do that too. Call Alan Cohen today for a free meeting to discuss it. 856-322-8686. That's 856-322-8686. Or online at SpectrumWP.com.
Advisory services offered through Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor. Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, and Spectrum Wealth Partners are not affiliated companies.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. If you owe the IRS back taxes, you need the best team on your side. Priority Tax Relief has helped thousands of Americans resolve their IRS problems and settle for pennies on the dollar. As a leading tax resolution firm, we have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, hundreds of 5-star reviews, and a 4.9-star rating on Google because we deliver results and huge savings. If you owe $5,000 or more and even facing wage garnishment, liens, levies, audits, or IRS letters, call us today at 800-470-3405. Once you call, our tax professionals will call the IRS with you for free, and within minutes, start negotiating a settlement. We'll put a stop to collections and fight to get you the best settlement possible. Choose the company Americans trust most. Call Priority Tax Relief now at 800-470-3405 to see what relief you qualify for. Don't wait. Make the call. Dial 800-470-3405. Once again, that's 800-470-3405.
And Doug. Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons, and lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
David was in big trouble with the IRS.
At first, I didn't owe that much, but after this year, it was out of control.
Then David called Get a Tax Lawyer.
Right away, they were like, oh yeah, looks like you're qualified to save.
Get a Tax Lawyer went to work.
Should have called way sooner.
Get a Tax Lawyer has helped thousands like David fight the IRS and get a fresh start.
Call 800-745-3070. That's 800-745-3070.
You know what I don't like? Paying for something twice. I can't stand that. Hey, it's Rich Zioli. That's why when it comes to your roof, siding, doors, and windows, there's only one call you should make, and that's to my guys at Emmons Roofing and Siding. Emmons is a Platinum Owens Corning contractor, which means that Owens Corning backs not just the shingles, but the workmanship as well for life. That's right, for life. Roofing, siding, windows, doors, residential or commercial, done right the first time, every time. Go to emmonsroofing.com.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was created intentionally by people who really know what you need to learn another language. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to save up to 50%. Babbel.com.
Sometimes it feels like the news is full of things that have never happened before. And that is not exactly true. In fact, it may have happened this very week, hundreds or thousands of years ago. I'm Sally Helm, host of the podcast History This Week from the History Channel. Trade embargoes? Thomas Jefferson tried them. Rent too high? We've been arguing about that for a while. Each episode is proof. The past isn't that far away. Listen to History This Week, available now on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Yo, Langhorne. Thanks for listening to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
It is Kayal and Company, 7:03 as we kick off hour number 2 here on a Tuesday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get the show on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps. Watch the program on YouTube and, of course, iTunes, Spotify for your podcasts. We've got the cut sheet coming up at 7:45. 855-839-1210. That's how you jump aboard. We're discussing the Anthony Fauci diary that Rand Paul has released on the day before, because tomorrow, Wednesday the 29th, Fauci will be before congressmen and women. And I'll tell you this. Here's what's I'm going to give you a spoiler alert. Watch how many empty seats are unfilled by Democrats
Doesn't matter.
office. I know, but it'll be there. Remember a week or two ago for what I forget what was taking place. Was it Shirley with the fraud? I forget. Anytime the truth gets exposed and it runs counter to what the Democrats and the media narrative was, they do a little boycott and they don't show up for work on Capitol Hill when the dog and pony show starts. And most of the times, it is a dog and pony show and nothing ultimately happens. And of course, nothing will happen to Fauci either. But this one is almost impossible for this little rodent to wiggle out the back door of. And I hope he gets his day tomorrow. I want the aha gotcha. I want the receipts. I want this guy. I want skins on the wall tomorrow. And I want him to leave with a red ass at 85 years old. Go back to your little community, do your little walk with your wife, and enjoy the rest of your time left on this earth after you ruin millions of lives. You dummy. Sam is in Westchester. He's first up this morning. Sam, you're on Talk Radio 1210. What's up, Sam?
Good morning. How are you?
Good.
Thank you for taking my call. My wife was telling me almost a couple years ago, after the end of COVID, it came out that Fauci had somewhere said 20 years ago, and it was she was telling me she saw it on public media somewhere, that out and said that there was going to be a pandemic in 20 years.
Well, Bill Gates.
Look at there's a pandemic in 20 years.
A year or two ago, Bill Gates was saying another one's coming. It's not a matter of if, it's just a matter of when. It's almost like they know, what the future holds. And of course, there's always going to be pandemics. That's going to happen for the rest of civilization. But it is interesting the confidence in which they talk about it, and then the timing in which it actually plays out in real time. So I agree with you, Sam.
Well, is it or is it something he knew that he was planning?
Well, he's messing around with dangerous gain-of-function research, and that's the thing. And one of the main things, Sam, that always ticked me off was that you had a guy who is the career equivalent on Dr. Robert Redfield, he's been banging the drum for years on the dangers of gain-of-function research.
It's why it was illegal.
Yes, right.
There's a reason.
And here they are over in Wuhan messing around. What's the old adage? If you play with fire, you might get burnt. They got burned, and then kaboom, they tried to cover up the leak. Or if you want to take it a step further, it was leaked intentionally. I don't know if it was, but clearly it did not happen from the Wuhan wet market and jump from species to species. That's a lie.
So think about what we're talking about. So if indeed it was, they believe now that it was created in a lab, that it could not have jumped the way that it did. So if that's true, then, because here's the thing with Fauci, the pardon is about federal criminal offenses, but it does not shield him from civil lawsuits or private lawsuits.
Good.
And so I'm not kidding you. Like, my son Michael has been, until fairly recently, has been part of an international study on the fact that and I was talking to people actually on Sunday at the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation, our great bike ride that raised, a ton of money for the first responders, families left behind. But in that one, there were so many people talking about this. Wow, that their kids were diagnosed or their family member was diagnosed with things like these autoimmune diseases, like the very rare type of deadly type 1 diabetes, which is autoimmune. It's not like type 2, but worldwide that happened. It's believed that this particular strain, this bizarre, aggressive, T-cell strain of COVID, actually was a major trigger worldwide in things like T1D, which is very rare and now less rare after COVID. So do we have a civil suit against this guy? Not just for the damages that he caused, because it triggered all these lockdowns and all the people that lost everything. We all here, everybody had massive layoffs. Mom and pop shops couldn't survive. And if you did survive, for us, we all took huge pay cuts, didn't get raises for years. So we all were damaged by Fauci, I believe. And so why not have I'm not even kidding you, a class action lawsuit? I think he should have to pay if indeed all of this is true.
You know, I've said this many times on the air. It infuriates me that the United States of America and only one other nation on the planet are allowed to advertise pharmaceutical ads on television. I always forget the second nation. I want to say it's like Switzerland or the Netherlands or somewhere over there. But it's infuriating. And then some of the protection, or a lot of the protection, the immunity that pharma gets from faulty products when citizens are damaged by their shot, their pill, whatever it may be. I was never anti-pharma or anti-medicine or anti-science before COVID, and I'm certainly not after, but I totally understand, and I'm one of them. Like, I am skeptical moving forward. I want to know what doctors are being incentivized to promote and push certain products, what spiffs they're getting. Remember, we found out that these doctors were getting like, I don't know, $50 per shot in compensation. And again, was your medical judgment questioned? Did you put aside your Hippocratic oath for profit to say, you know what? You should get Bobby the COVID shot. I know he's 8 and he's healthy, but it wouldn't hurt when we found out that so many people in so many different subset categories were never at risk of dying from COVID. For most of us that are young and healthy, short of the random outlier, and obviously short of those with comorbidities and obesity and diabetes and cancer and things like that, most of us, it was like a cold to a strong flu.
Yep.
And you got over it, right? Yep. And Tony Bruno had a heart issue after the COVID shot. I forget. We'll talk to Bruno tomorrow. I don't know if Bruno had a heart attack or if he had myocarditis or what it was, but his doctor had said, yeah, it was one of the adverse reactions to the COVID shot. 855-839-1210. Let's go to Ray, who's in Warminster. It's been a while since we've chatted with Ray. Ray, you're on Talk Radio 1210.
Hey, everybody.
Hey, Ray.
Listen, man. I hope you're all well, by the way.
Yeah, you too.
So, it's a dog and pony show. We all know it. Nothing's going to happen to them. Nothing's going to happen to any of them, Republican or Democrat, that gets hauled before a committee, because they're all dirty. They all have dirt on each other. They probably sit around, we don't see them saying, okay, we'll do this to make our constituents think like we're doing something, and you do that, and let's go have a beer next week together and laugh about it, right? So, we're being played as the fools, but, you brought up the health thing, and I got to tell you, man, I've said this before, thank God nobody in my family got vaccinated, and that was our decision. And I'm not saying anybody that got vaccinated was wrong. You did what you thought was best, and God bless you.
We couldn't go to work. It was mandatory in Philadelphia.
I will tell you this. I work for an awesome company. They did, and I never took a pay cut. I got to work from home, and they did everything in their power to retain everybody. They never pushed the vaccine on anybody. But what I wanted to bring up real quick is back when this all happened, my son was going into his junior and senior year in high school. And when you're a high school athlete, you got to have a PIAA a form you have to fill out.
Yep.
And in that form, back when he played high school sports, they talk about concussion protocols, etc. There was no mention of getting any type of an EKG. The new form says you have to get an EKG to play sports in high school now in the state of Pennsylvania.
Oh, wow.
So what changed? Why all of a sudden do you have to get an EKG as part of the clearance?
Athletes that came down with myocarditis when they shouldn't have?
Yeah, I'm sorry to bring that up because there's a lot of good people listening that, that thought they did the right thing, and God bless you, man. But I got to tell you something. I sleep pretty good at night knowing none of my family's vaccinated.
Yeah, I got to tell you, Ray, and I'm a guy who's got a family history of heart issues. My dad had a heart attack. My grandfather was a boxer in tip-top shape. He probably looked as good in a bike jersey and a bike bib as Stocker on a Sunday morning. He dropped dead of a heart attack at 46 on a random weekday. I have SVT. It doesn't affect me. I have no symptoms from it. I've had an ablation. I still have a little trace of it around. Every now and then I go into SVT. I don't know it. It's not a threat. It's not a risk to me. It's like for it to impact my life, it would be like winning Powerball, the odds of it. But okay, I got 2 shots in March and April of 2021 as my father-in-law was dealing with diabetes and cancer, and my in-laws wanted to come down and see their family in Nashville. I got the 2 shots 3 weeks apart from Moderna. or Pfizer, one of the two. It wasn't the Johnson & Johnson. It makes me wonder, and I have not had any heart issues since. I've not had any heart exams, but I'm wondering, if you were to cut me open right now, what will we find? Fair to assume, considering the family history and the genes. 855-839-1210. Ed is in Delran. It's been a while since we've chatted with Ed. What's up, Ed?
Nick, Dawn, and Greg are exposing Fauci as his phony as he gave us a great big bag of crappy baloney.
That was you might have to redo that one, Ed. You got to go back to the shop and work on that, pal. But go ahead.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, listen. This is the same guy when Ronald Reagan was president. He tried to spread hysteria about AIDS.
Yep.
This guy's history goes way back.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And he did nothing to really provide his case. And I'm going to be interested, Ed, in seeing what his rebuttal is to now that we have the diaries, we have all of the other reports that are out there, CIA people chirping, independent journalists dropping other factoids and truths. It's going to be because remember, Ed, this was a guy, anytime you challenged him on Capitol Hill, he would say, I never said that, or you're misinterpreting what I said. You're putting words in my mouth. This is misinformation. I mean, now the bullet points add up where, if this was a criminal case, the prosecution definitely has guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, in my opinion.
Right. Well, Fauci's a phony, gave us crappy baloney.
There you go. You redeemed yourself. Have a great day, Ed. Dawn, remember this? They told us to stay out of the parks and the beaches. Remember they took the sand, or they filled sand in skate parks, and they put the big caution yellow tape up. The other thing that used to blow me away with this is that Bob's Chicken Shack had to close down. Target didn't. Walmart didn't.
Liquor stores kept those open, closed the churches.
Kohl's was functioning. It's amazing how the small business got the short end of the stick, but the big box stores, it was like, you know what? COVID doesn't exist in the big box store. I wonder why that is.
Yeah, but had to keep those liquor stores open.
By the way, we talked about Bruno and his health with the COVID shit, which, by the way, is public. He's talked about it, so I'm not speaking out of turn when I bring this up. But what about females? Wasn't there an argument made about how this could impact breast milk and menstruation cycles for women? Did I read that correctly years ago?
Well, and there were women worried about pregnancy causing a miscarriage, all of that.
Yeah.
But it's not. So I will say this, that what I'm talking about is the virus itself, because there have been studies, and they're government studies that have come out now that have said that the virus itself, I'm not even talking about the vaccine, that you have, and I looked up the number, almost 43% higher likelihood of developing an autoimmune condition within 90 days or even up to 15 months post-infection of COVID-19. And that includes things like T1D, type 1 diabetes, lupus, all kinds of rheumatoid arthritis, psoriasis, Graves, vasculitis.
Mm-hmm.
So in other words, this very aggressive virus, I'm not talking about the vaccine, that it itself, and this is the Lancet, I mean, all of these autoimmune conditions that we're now seeing, even some cancers. And so this virus exists still and is wreaking havoc in all of us. I'm not even talking about the vaccine necessarily. Maybe that mitigates it. I don't know.
I also remember herd immunity and the COVID shot. You get it. Stop the spread. It stops with you. The virus is dead then. You cannot transmit it. All wrong. All a lie. Or both. 855-839-1210. All right. Socialism on the rise in the Big Apple and the big experiment that is doomed to fail. We'll give you the details of what Mamdani is going to roll out in New York and Philadelphia. We dodged a bullet. I'm not sitting here saying Sherelle Parker's any good, but we could have had Helen Gim, and she might have tried exactly what Mamdani's about to roll out. We'll get to that on the other side. 7 o'clock hour brought to you by Wawa, your all-day destination for sweet cravings, midday rewards, and late-night treats. From ice cream parfaits to cream smoothies, floats, and more, you're in for a treat. Gotta have a Wawa. Kayal and Company. Back after this, but first a word from our friends at the Piazza Auto Group, the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event going on now at Piazza Hyundai of Pottstown and Westchester, and you can get a deal so right it almost feels wrong. Save on the Hyundai you've always wanted, like the adventure-ready Tucson or the 3-row Santa Fe with 0% financing for 60 months. And because every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty, 10 years and 100,000 miles, you'll get away with more than just a great deal. Safety, security, peace of mind, and savings. But don't wait. Get to Piazza Hyundai of Pottstown or Westchester during the Hyundai Getaway Sales event going on right now through the end of summer.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. My happy place is calling. If you haven't taken that summer vacation yet, please don't miss making great family memories. There's still time to book a summer getaway at the amazing, beautiful Oceanfront Grand Hotel in Cape May. But come on, you got to get going because they will sell out. If you want to avoid the busy summer travel, here's the best kept secret. Cape May is beautiful in the fall. Make it a September to remember and book a September stay today. 2-night packages include 10% discounted room rates. 3-night stays receive a 10% discount and $55 a night in resort credits, which you can use at the restaurant, the pool bar, the gift shop, the beach concession stand, however you like. Check out their website, grandhotelcapemay.com, for all the details, and you always have to book direct with them for the best rates and to get those resort credits. You will love going there this summer with your family. The kids will love the outdoor pool, the indoor pool, and you'll love a romantic getaway in September. grandhotelcapemay.com.
You're in charge of ordering boxes. Small boxes, big boxes, really big boxes. You're in charge of tape, labels, mailers, bubble wrap, extra bubble wrap. Just for fun. You're in charge of warehouse cleaning and safety supplies. Good thing there's Uline. Thousands of quality products for your business and warehouse needs, always in stock, ready to ship same day, and backed by Uline's legendary 24/7 customer service. Uline makes it easy because you already do enough. Uline. We warehouse for you.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. But at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited everything for just $35 a line. That's $35 a month for unlimited talk, text, and data. Switch to the carrier ranked #1 in network coverage and customer satisfaction and get unlimited everything for just $35 a month. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit Consumer Cellular online or in-store today. Price includes $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes and fees apply. Data speeds reduced after 35 gigabytes. Rankings done by 2025 ACSI survey.
Life doesn't slow down, and planning your financial future can feel overwhelming. That's where Monastra Financial Group comes in. Whether you're preparing for retirement, managing a 401k, or protecting what matters most, their team offers personalized guidance built around you. With a straightforward approach, they help turn complex decisions into clear, confident steps forward. Take control of your financial future today. Text Mike Monastra at 484-471-4879. That's 484-471-4879.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
Julia owed the IRS thousands.
I was paralyzed with fear.
Then
I heard a commercial for Optima Tax Relief.
Optima Tax Relief is the leading tax resolution firm and have resolved over $3 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax Relief settled my IRS tax bill.
Call Optima now for a free consultation.
It was amazing.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
For details, visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Did you know that aching legs, cramping, or heaviness could be signs of vein disease? But don't worry, USA Vein Clinic treatments are quick, have little to no downtime, and covered by most insurance providers. Go to USAVeinClinics.com and call 267-223-7162.
Free speech lives here. With Rich Zioli. Weeknights at 6. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
7:23 on this Rooney Tuesday. Welcome back in. Kayal and Company. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Just about an hour from now, Matt Rooney coming up. We'll chat with him. He'll join us to riff on the cut sheet. And we will hopefully work our way one step closer to Matt Rooney perhaps donating to the families behind the Badge Children's Foundation. Maybe the check got lost in the mail.
Do we know he didn't?
Well, I texted him yesterday. I said 8:30 question mark. He said yep. And then when I put out the show teaser preview tweet like I do every night, I happened to tag him as I do all of our guests, and I said, Matt Rooney, 8:30, where is his donation to FBBCF question mark? And he responded with a Chuck Schumer gif, and the gif says, you will receive $1,400 checks by the end of March. I think it's the gif of Schumer when he was talking about the COVID stimulus checks, which is interesting as we're talking about Tony Fauci today.
Mm-hmm.
So, okay. All right, Rooney, you want to deflect with a little Chucky cheeseburger gif? Just like Fauci with Rand Paul, you will be here shortly, and there will be nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Now, if you've donated and for some reason we're not aware of that, then I'll just throw myself through a window and we'll call it a day, and I apologize. But something tells me he still has yet to donate. Just a guess. Just a guess. Pat Raduni says he's very cheap. So we've got Republicans in New Jersey. This is like Rooney Packarduni, Republican on Republican crime.
Rooney Packarduni.
The Pac-Man's already donated like $1,100.
Right.
And this is a guy who's not making attorney money. As he said yesterday in the text that I read on the air, he bills $200 less per hour than Rooney does. Think about that. Just Matt, it's 1 hour of what you bill. Your billable hours are probably off the charts because there's a lot of dummies out there and they all need lawyers. 855-839-1210. We'll talk to Matt coming up. Gut sheet in about 20. Frank is in Delaware County. He's up next. Frank, what's going on today, pal? How are you?
Hey, good morning, guys. Man, I'm listening to this stuff and my blood is just boiling.
Yep.
I had a heart attack.
Oh, my God.
I went to National Hospital. Fortunately, I'm here to talk about it. My wife stood at the elevator as the elevator doors closed, not able to go into my room, which I laid in for about 3 days. I mean, that was what Dr. Fauci. That is what happened. I'm listening to a lot of this stuff, and I've been following it for years from day one. Day one, I thought Trump should have fired Fauci. When he was on the stage with Fauci going against Trump, he should have fired him right then and there. But what I think had happened, you got to look for a motive. The motive for this whole thing was to get rid of Trump as president, destroy the economy. That was Trump's strong suit, and they did just that. Here's something, if you want to read something extremely interesting, I don't know if you could still find it on the internet. It's called Silent Weapons for a Quiet War. Have you ever heard of that?
No.
Yes.
Okay, look that up. It is a blueprint for how to topple a government.
Oh, sure.
And in this blueprint, it's just incredible. It was written in the 50s or 60s. I won't get into it too deeply, but part of it has to do with destroying a country by creating strife within the social fabric of the country.
Sure.
And it even mentioned controlling the price of gasoline and fuel.
Yeah.
It's bizarre how, and you know what? Let me tell you, I saw things. I was up in Princeton, New Jersey for about 3 months. My wife and I, we were living out of a hotel because of work. We would go to Princeton University to look around, check out the beauty and everything. There was a lockdown up there. 300 Chinese students came back from China, and this is what we heard. They were not allowed to leave. Lo and behold, one evening, and we were on the club floor in a hotel, this military-looking man came into the part of the room that had all the food displayed, and he looked very Oriental to me. I don't want to be called a xenophobe, but this man stood there, coughed over all the food, sneezed over all the food, and he faced left, right, forward, backward. I'm like, what the hell is going on here? Do you remember there was this on the news? There was a woman that was found touching many, many, many different items in a big box store.
Yeah.
Do you remember the dollar stores being closed down?
Also, too, never forget, I believe, and this is just a theory of mine, China's complicit nature in the entire thing. China's a nation that demands population control. I mean, what better way to control a population than to unsheath a virus that will reduce your population and kill off older, more vulnerable people? So there's a lot of theories out there, and I don't think the whole upending the economy or America is a wild theory at all. I mean, think about the impact. It impacted the election. Who could go out to vote, where you could go, blah, blah, blah. Next thing you know, and I've said this many times, and I think I'm pretty realistic when it comes to Trump. If not for COVID and George Floyd, Donald Trump gets reelected, in my opinion.
Oh, yeah.
I strongly believe that.
Look at the economy before COVID hit. Oh, my gosh.
So there's all sorts of stuff out there, obviously.
And even in the diaries, to your point, Nick, exactly, that even in the diaries, Fauci's in there talking about he couldn't stand Trump, thought he was rambling on, and bashes Trump privately, even though obviously publicly was not doing that and was acting like he was America's doctor and working with Trump well, but privately couldn't stand him.
Yep. All right. From one guy that we can't stand to another guy that I think maybe eventually one day New Yorkers will not stand. They're still in the honeymoon phase, I suppose, but just wait until these grocery stores dry up. So, Mamdani, 5 city-run grocery stores. They are on the verge. They will sell essentials to New Yorkers at 30% below retail price. Phil, before we get to Mamdani, let's take a trip down memory lane, because in Kansas City, Missouri, they tried this, and then an NBC affiliate was forced to cover the fact that, you know what, it crashed and burned. Clip K1.
It's clear this Sunfresh at 31st and Prospect is struggling. This is the first section people see when they come in. There's barely any produce. A lot of the coolers and shelves around the store look the same way, empty. So shoppers have been asking us, if the store isn't closing, then where's all the food? A rotten smell comes through the door, and anywhere you turn, you'll see products that need to be restocked. No hot food or deli.
There was a time this store was on life support. I can tell you today, right now, it's damn near dead.
This is a new low, even to people like Pat Clark, who've watched the store go through its ups and downs.
30 days ago, hell, we look like a grocery store again.
The city owns the Linwood Shopping Center. A nonprofit operates the grocery store. Public and private investments are in the millions of dollars for the center.
Ah, the hell you say. The city owns the grocery store. So that's not bare shelves, Biden. That's not a clip taken out of context where they didn't have food because we forgot how supply chains work during COVID and we couldn't transport the food and the beverage. No. That is what socialism personifies. But yesterday, old Mamdani, he's got a plan. K2, roll it.
Here's how it will work. Once a month, our 5 city-run grocery stores will set prices for this core set of goods at 30% below typical retail prices. No exceptions, no gimmicks. The savings will last for the entire month. That means no weekly fluctuations nor sticker shock at the checkout line.
And you know what's going to happen then, Dawn, is everybody's going to rush in there trying to take advantage of the government subsidized grocery stores to save 30%. And local grocery stores will not be able to compete. They will go out of business. The city store will become the only option. There'll be no competition. But eventually, the demand will be so high, the supply will be so low, and next thing you know, empty shelves. It fails every time. And yet there are suckers out there that'll rush in. And even if it fails, you know what they'll say? Well, I was able to save 30% for 2 weeks. So I got a couple of bucks in my pocket still. I'm okay with that. Rationing occurs then. And this whole notion of free things, folks, there's nothing free in this lifetime.
Yeah.
There's not. And if it is free, it's probably garbage. So just realize you're being played. And I think what it comes down to now, here's where we are in American politics, Dawn. Common sense versus communism. That's the two parties right now.
Yeah.
Now, you can sit here and point out the flaws of the common sense side, which is the Trump administration. We've talked about gas prices, the Iran war, whatever. But don't you think it's still better than the alternative, which is communism? I don't even want to talk about socialism. It's communism. And all these logistics and mental gymnastics of what constitutes socialism, what constitutes communism. Here's what you have. And I played that clip last week of the lady that survived communism in China. And she was sitting there on legacy media. I think it was on News Nation. So it's not Newsmax. It was with Katie Pavlich. I think News Nation, by the way, is actually doing a nice little job of mixing in Republicans and Democrats and kind of creating like an even battlefield, so to speak. And she sat there and said, young people, educate yourselves. This is a disaster. So I think this is going to crash and burn for Mamdani. And this is why I think AOC, and maybe you guys disagree, I think AOC is still laying in the weeds a little bit, because if Mamdani ultimately crashes and burns and New York sours on him, I don't know that she will risk running for president if Mamdani, the guinea pig of socialism, so to speak, fails. I think she's sitting back and waiting to see how the Bernie bros do, whether it's Mamdani or Bob Brooks. I think that's one of the reasons why AOC is kind of playing it cool, so to speak. If she doesn't want to jump in the water, if this whole idea goes up in smoke in 6 to 12 months.
Yeah, as far as the grocery stores, you know, if you talk to anybody who runs a little mom and pop grocery store, that's why a lot of them have gone out of business. And even the chains, which I think Acme, one of them, I think Acme, actually, the employees are in a union. Yeah. But a lot of the chains, they are able to buy in bulk.
Right.
Because even their profits are maybe 1% to 2%.
Minuscule.
Really, right? Really
minuscule.
Thin, razor thin margins. So what they rely on is, you know, because we get produce or the milk or whatever that looks like. But then you go and you pick up, the dopey, cute little Halloween, whatever decoration that costs them like 10 cents somewhere, like a dollar store thing, and they charge $14. And that's where they sort of make up the money.
That's right.
So they're just thin margins, but nobody says this is a great thing. Now, I will tell you, we have co-ops that do work. Isn't it interesting, Nick and Greg, and all of you, that in fact, if you have a co-op or if you have like a farm, back in the day, my grandma used to talk about this. You had community gardens. Everybody had a garden. So, hey, if you have a garden, you know this, you have a ton. If you're growing tomatoes, you can't get rid of your tomatoes. Right? Or if you have watermelons or whatever it is, zucchini out the wazoo. So you're like, going to work. Hey, does anybody want some fresh zucchini? So you end up bringing that to work, to church, to synagogue, whatever, and you end up trading essentially.
Yeah.
And that's what people used to do. What? It's like the old thing, like teach a man to fish, right? Instead of giving him the fish. It's the same thing. Let's have community gardens. We have all these vacant lots.
Yeah, I think people also don't realize, just in general, whether it's grocery stores or even gas stations make pennies off of gas. The money's in the convenience store. A Wawa a Wawa that has a gas station and a convenience store, they're not making a ton of money off of the gas. Bob's local pull-in where they have gas and you go inside for lottery tickets, cigarettes, cheap, crappy food and beverages and coffee. That's where they make their money.
Those cheap tchotchkes they have.
And that's why the local grocery stores don't last, right? Like, you might see a McCaffrey's or something like that. That's about as mom and pop as you get, and that's still technically a company or franchised out. But you're right. All of these places, the big places like the Walmarts that are into the grocery business now, Amazon, or the big giant box stores, because they buy in such bulk. The more you buy, the cheaper it is per unit for you, and because lettuce and tomatoes and things like that, they're working on 1%, 2%, and 3% profit margins. I mean, I remember in 2012, not to go on like a business tirade, but I was sick of doing sports radio. My mom's house, I told you, just had burned down, and my sister and I received money from the insurance company. I thought about going into the beer distributor business, and I was quickly talked out of it because, first of all, the profit margin is only 20%, which is still significantly better than grocery stores. But it was at a time when the states were giving out beer licenses to the grocery stores, and they were going to be able to buy beer and Miller Lite and Bud Light and a Michelob at a much cheaper rate, and they're going to put the local garage drive-through beer distributor out of business. So, like this whole thing with Mamdani, these New Yorkers are going to fall for it. I don't know I tried to look for the story to see where these would be located. So they're opening 5 city-run, tax-funded grocery stores. I don't know if that's one for each borough or if there's multiple, like in Manhattan or the Bronx or wherever. So I don't know where they will, quote, strategically place them. But what do you think they're going to last? 18 months tops? Maybe that's generous?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think I don't know how they do it unless there's some kind of a co-op where they do include things like trading, family gardens. Now that creates a sense of, I belong, just full disclosure, I belong to the co-op that's in the Chestnut Hill, Mount Airy.
Okay.
There are a couple of them at Weaver's Way, and they're fantastic. But you have to go work in their farm. So I signed up Michael and David, and I said, you guys got to go volunteer because you have to put in so many hours.
Mm-hmm.
You have to help. It's a co-op, but it's good for them. It's a good sense of community. People are wonderful. And so I love that idea, the co-op, but you still have somebody in charge who's an individual owner to manage it. Because the government, what if they really run successfuly?
Nothing.
As far
All
as
they
that
do is
goes?
screw things up.
So you want somebody who's the manager,
Yes.
who's accountable.
Mm-hmm. You're right. You're right. I just want to read this email. Shout out to Jeff. Jeff sends an email. He says, he sent this at 10:42 last night. So Jeff was up late at night thinking about Stalker and yours truly and Dawn Stensland. Yeah.
What'd I do? What'd you do?
You didn't do anything wrong.
Okay.
He said, hey, Nick, so Greg was razzing you Friday morning about watching Married with Children.
Right.
I remember when it was on, but watched it most when I was in the Army, getting ready for work in the morning, circa 2008 to 2010. My then roommate still brings it up to this day. She'd hear me watching it and laughing in the mornings in my room. Your quotes and references of it make me think of that time and inspired me to start rewatching the series since I don't think I've seen it completely. I started the other night and forgot how hilarious this show really is. The opening scene of the first episode is even wild, representing how being called communist then was a bad thing, opposed to now, for the Democrats, it's a badge of honor to some. As it goes, thanks for the inspiration and the entertainment via radio through my mornings.
Very nice.
See,
Very
all
nice.
the flack I take for random Married with Children or wrestling references, there's people out there that get them.
Of course they do. Of course they do. I'm just saying that maybe we don't need to reference it every single day.
Did I tell you how I played high school football?
I know.
I know. I love that you did.
Yeah.
Some would say it's like serving your country.
Yeah. No.
Joking.
No, you didn't mean
No YouTube shrapnel, please. I get
Nobody
it.
says that.
I know.
But what about the girls with flag football? Are you still thinking about the flag football, or they're not?
Yeah, I think Olivia would be into it. Yeah, she wants to make. She's going to find out today her fate for this travel 12U softball team.
Wow.
The one head of the township came up to me last night and my wife and said, "Is Olivia the one that just started playing softball this year?"
That's good.
And I said, "Yeah." And so we're walking out and we chatted for like 2 minutes and then I looked at her and I said, "You know why she said that, right, Olivia?" She's like blown away by the fact that you're that good with only 1 year of recreational ball. So she's nervous.
That's a good sign.
But I told her I think she's in, so we'll see.
Woohoo! That's exciting, but
That'll be the big take tomorrow.
it's proud dad,
Proud dad moment.
But it's consuming.
It is, but I like it because I'm actually I'm legitimately invested in it, not just emotionally, but like I can contribute to it. 7-8 years of dance. I can't. I don't know any of that. I can't do any of it. I never wore a tutu or whatever they wear. Now I'm finally, it's like, this is somewhat in my wheelhouse. Baseball, softball. All right, we'll come back, get to a Tuesday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet. And just about 45 minutes from now, where is the money, Rooney? Hopefully you have an answer. Stay there. We're back after this.
Man, it's just been a hot, muggy summer, hasn't it? And all any of us wants to do is stay cool. Well, if you live in an older home or maybe have a room in your home that does not have the proper ductwork, well, do what I did. Call my guys. Marvin E. Cann's Heating and Cooling, and now plumbing, by the way, which is an extra perk. They installed a Mitsubishi Electric heating and air conditioning mini split in our home office about a year ago. What a game changer it has been for us, especially in this heat. So learn more about a Mitsubishi Electric heating and air conditioning unit. It's a mini split. Visit my guys, MarvinECans.com, MarvinEKanze.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
There's nothing simple about choosing an engagement ring. Most people don't know where to start. That's why they turn to Family and Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton. JR will walk you through every step: diamonds, settings, styles, and how to choose what actually fits their budget and their partner. There's no pressure and no confusion, just straightforward guidance and a wide selection to compare with confidence. The goal is simple: leave knowing you made the right decision. Family and Company Jewelers in Marlton, New Jersey, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Are you raising the child of a loved one? You're not alone. Like many others, you've stepped up to raise the child of a friend or family member, allowing them to live, grow, and thrive among people they know. While fulfilling, it can also be challenging. But there is support. PA Kin Connector helps kinship caregivers just like you by providing connections to resources, services, training, and support groups. Don't navigate the journey alone.
Paid for with Pennsylvania taxpayer dollars.
Here's retirement phase expert Joanne Small-Canella with today's report.
You spent decades building retirement accounts like IRAs, 401ks, 457s, 403bs, and SEP accounts. But the money inside those pre-tax accounts, it's not entirely yours. You have a silent partner, the IRS. This week's expert report reveals a little-known IRS law that can help take back control of your retirement savings. So how is the IRS a silent partner in your retirement accounts? Retirement accounts generally fall into one of two categories. If you opened a traditional retirement account, the money that you contribute from your paycheck is pre-tax. If you choose a Roth account, you pay the taxes due as you make each contribution. So for Americans who have their nest egg in traditional pre-tax retirement accounts, beginning at age 73, the IRS requires annual withdrawals, known as required minimum distributions, or RMDs. This means that when you reach your distribution age, withdrawals are mandatory each year and taxed as ordinary income. Those annual withdrawals could not only increase your tax bill, but can raise taxes on Social Security and increase your Medicare premiums. You should consider a Roth conversion, which moves money from a pre-tax retirement account into a Roth IRA. Taxes are paid during the conversion. Future growth inside the Roth IRA becomes tax-free, and future RMDs disappear. Now, converting an entire pre-tax retirement account all at once can create a very large tax bill in a single year. That's why many retirees utilize a multi-year Roth conversion method. By spreading conversions over several years, you'll pay taxes on smaller amounts annually. And if you start before your required minimum distribution age, you'll steadily reduce your pre-tax retirement accounts before your required minimum distributions begin. And at the same time, every dollar that is already converted into the Roth IRA continues to grow tax-free. At Crash Proof Retirement, our team of retirement phase experts utilize advanced software to determine how much to convert and when each conversion should occur. So schedule an appointment with a retirement phase expert to receive an objective analysis of how a Roth conversion may fit into your retirement plan. Call 800-722-9728 or visit crashproofretirement.com.
Now, you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Damn right you can. If you can't get us, you're not trying. It's Kayal and Company live on this Tuesday morning, a Rooney Tuesday. Matt Rooney joining us coming up at 8:30 this morning. We have Fight Club at 9:10. Today in music history from the H-Share himself, Dawn's Big Three. And before you know it, Dawn Show time. Right now, only 2 minutes late, which is basically on time.
Basically.
In Kayal and Company world.
Right.
Let's get to a Tuesday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet.
What's on the Cut Sheet?
What's on the Cut Sheet on this Rudy Tuesday? Sponsored by Tri-County Auto, great deals on Toyotas and Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram. Stop by boot dealerships. Look for the big American flag. Thank you, Tri-County Auto, for sponsoring the ever-important Tuesday edition, Rudy Tuesday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet. Caitlin Collins responded to Trump's attack.
Attack.
His jokes.
His jokes.
About her at the White House Correspondents' Dinner.
Mm-hmm.
She was on the Daily Show last night with Jon Stewart and his one-day-a-week schedule. Why are these people? Howard Stern announced he has a one-day-a-week schedule.
Rachel Maddow
has a one-day-a-week schedule. Jon Stewart has a one-day-a-week schedule.
Kayal and Company, Mondays only?
Wow.
What do you think? Maybe Monday and Friday? We'll bookend the week?
Wow.
$20 million.
How do you get these deals?
Yeah. And Maddow went from $25 million a year,
right,
5 days a week, to $20 million a year, 1 day a week.
Right.
Crazy.
Who signed off on that?
Right.
Yeah.
And who's her agent? Man. I tell you, must be nice. But you know what? I don't hate them. No. And I don't care if what they pay in their taxes. Right. I really don't. I just think they say stupid things. Things I disagree with.
Stern, by the way, laid off like 12 staffers, they were saying.
12?
12 staffers.
He still had 12 staffers at this point?
Oh my God.
What are they doing?
He has a huge staff. And they were only doing 2 days a week. They started in January doing 2 days a week. The past couple years, they were doing 3 days a week. Now he's doing 1 day a week.
What do you think the staffing was like at peak Howard Stern in terrestrial radio?
It was a lot. It was a lot less.
Or peak in Sirius?
It was a lot less than it was when he got over to Sirius.
Okay. So when he got to satellite,
when that show was the best, it was like it was like a lean operation,
like us.
Yeah. They had probably, I mean, they had more than us, but they probably, maybe 7 or 8, 10,
right?
But still, for a show that size, it wasn't huge.
Wow. Dawn, at the TV level, let's see, who's the highest rated TV person right now? Let's say Jesse Waters at 8 p.m. How many people do you think he has on his staff? At Fox News?
All the networks are going to have much bigger staffs than anybody at the local level.
Okay. Like, what would you say the ratio is for a network show on Fox versus the top show on 6 ABC, the top newscast? 5 to 1?
Yeah, it's
10 to 1
and
ratio.
apples. I mean, I would bet you that a Jesse Waters show probably has, with the bookers, the producers, and everybody involved, I would probably say 24 people in all. They all have personal assistants. If you count like the makeup artist, which I know some people have their own makeup artists, some people share the makeup artist. It really depends.
Right.
The floor crew and a lot of your crew, the camera people, whatever, they're all union.
Yep.
So it depends on, some people have, different studios.
Yeah. Wow.
So studio crew, all of that.
Amazing.
And so some of them are, a minimum 24 people, but some of them 36, 40. Look at Colbert. Look at that show.
Oh, well, yeah. On top of the rent they were paying to be at the theater that they were paying rent for. Yeah.
All right. So Caitlin Collins went on the Daily Show last night to respond to the Trump White House Correspondents' Dinner.
Not having a great time.
That's because it stunk.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I didn't think it was great. But I just, again, my takeaway yesterday was just how the people that are being on the receiving end of the jokes as the targets can't take a load off and enjoy themselves. Like, right there, that's about as much personal humor or pleasantry you'll get from Caitlin Collins. Now, maybe it's just in her DNA. Maybe she just is not a very interesting person. Maybe she's not lighthearted. Maybe she can't be self-deprecating. Maybe she's just like journalist bulldog to a T and it's like infused in her DNA. But like, you can't even make fun of yourself. And you almost have nothing to say on Jon Stewart's show. And I actually don't think Jon Stewart is actually that bad. Of all the people that do these late night shows that I can't stand, like I don't really have any negative things to say about Jon Stewart. I think he's kind of decent, but like
he's funny. I think part of it is, if I can just interject this one thing, it's that he's a physical actor. So if you're not watching on YouTube, then you're not seeing that she's waiting because he does this dramatic like body language when he's
like
not
leaning in.
Yeah, and he's doing this whole like dramatic. So I think she's kind of trying to read him and wait for him and let him lead her.
Right.
So I do think that's a piece of this.
There's also a difference too. Some people are And Dawn, you've made the transition. It's the only transition you've made. Wink, wink. Unless you're going to become
a woman.
Unless you're going to become a man, which, you do you. But some people go from being a journalist to having a show, and they hit it out of the park, and it's a natural transition for them. I think she's terrible outside of being in that journalist, reporter, dare I even say adversarial setting she is basically to Trump what Ducey was to the Biden administration. Like that's her role, to be tough, to go after and pick apart everything that the opposing party's president says, yada, yada, yada. But the thing that stands out there from Stewart's perspective is he's like, I can't believe this is real. Like, this is America. We're not like they are, unless he's putting on a performance, which he could very well be doing. There's still a lot of these Hollywood celebrity media elitist D-bags that can't comprehend and fathom why Trump is as popular as he is with his base and his voters, whether his approval's at 46% or 39% or anywhere in between. Like, they don't get it. Like, yeah, that's kind of the appeal of Trump. He talks trash. He does everything that a traditional president doesn't do and doesn't say. And there's still a decade later, like, I just can't believe this is America. We elected this guy. Yeah. What does that say about past presidents and the style in which these presidents operate in? We're tired of it.
So I looked up, first of all, who wrote it? Speechwriting team led by White House Director of Speechwriters, Ross Worthington. Ross, you're fired. But I will say this, that my son Michael, because I was like, what do you think went wrong here? And Michael had a good point. He said he's delivering the speech. If you just catch a clip of it, you don't know the context necessarily. He delivers it the same way as to when he holds any news conference, because he holds news conferences so frequently.
Right.
So he doesn't necessarily have a different shtick. He only has one way of speaking. So if you're writing for him, I think you want to play upon that. And even Trump, I mean, I think you played it either in your big take yesterday or Greg played it on your cut sheet. I apologize, I forget. But you played where even Trump, frequently would deliver a line and he knew it was falling flat and he'd go,
who wrote that? Yeah. That should have been deleted. Yeah.
So he knew. But I think part of it is if you're writing for somebody, you want to lean into the fact, right, that they only have one delivery,
Right. You're right.
And so that's a huge piece of this.
Yeah. After further review, it probably would have been better if Trump was just riffing the whole time. Mm-hmm. Right. He's better off prompter than he is on, because then it's his true spitballing nature where he's just talking like one of the guys. And that drives these people nuts, because the presidency, we've been told, is such a prestigious, buttoned up position. And so I would honestly, and I've said this to people that I've debated Trump over, like, what's the appeal? I don't get it. He's this, he's that. I said, because he might be a scumbag, but he's our scumbag, and he's authentic about it. Whereas Bill Clinton, was a scumbag, but it was all buttoned up. Joe Biden's a POS, a piece of what. But, he's insulated. He's in a cocoon. He's portrayed as just the lovable, affable grandfather, right? I would rather know authentically that my guy's got baggage than put on this song and dance that, oh, he's all prim and proper. No, he's not. None of these people are. None of them are. So give me the authentic, vulnerable with the fallacies versus the contentious, elitist, oh, no, that's beneath me. Those people, they're a turnoff for me.
To your point, I think that I'll just stick with what we told Jimmy Fallon. Jimmy Fallon should have been up there with him and should have emceed it and kind of, helped out as a master of ceremony.
Would have been funny. By the way, Jimmy Fallon returns tomorrow.
Woohoo!
8:30.
Thursday.
Yes.
Thursday.
Yes. Today's Tuesday.
Right.
Tomorrow, Tony Bruno.
Harry Anton takes a buzzsaw to the Democrats' hopes of a blue wave.
Wow.
He says the American people simply are not buying what the Democrats are selling on Iran.
What the Democrats are selling on Iran.
Right. They still trust Republicans more, according to Harry Anton.
So the war's not popular, but yet they still... Okay.
Let's let him explain. This is cut 4, Phil.
All right. Interesting.
Johnny B is not the only one who's surprised. You would be looking at all the news coverage, you'd be looking at all the polling on President Trump, and you would think that Democrats would be able to take advantage and be dominating Republicans when it comes to who is trusted to handle the Iran war. That, simply put, is not the case at all. I mean, these numbers are quite surprising. Trust Dems or Republicans on Iran. According to CNBC earlier this month, you'd think, okay, that's one poll. The Republicans trusted by 2 points. But then CBS News comes out yesterday, and what do you see? You see the exact same thing. Trump and the Republicans take the cake. They are trusted by 2 points on Iran. Now, one poll is one thing, but you put the two of them together, and you can see that the American people, simply put, are not buying what Democrats are selling on Iran. They still trust Republicans more, even if you look at President Trump's approval ratings on the subject, and they're negative too, but yet Republicans and Trump still more trusted than Democrats are in Iran.
Has there been any change over time?
No, and this is even more surprising, right? You might think,
Johnny
okay,
B.
as the war has gone on and on and on, you might think, hey, the Democrats would be gaining ground in terms of trust that the American people would give them on Iran. If anything, it's the opposite. It's the opposite. Trust Democrats or Republicans more in Iran. In April, according to a Washington Post Ipsos poll, the Democrats were more trusted by 2 points. Again, close margin, no clear leader. But look where the shift has been. If anything, the shift has been in the Republican direction.
Wow.
Now the Republicans and Donald Trump are trusted more by 2 points on Iran. So, again, over the course of the war, if anything, the Republicans have been the ones that have been gaining ground, which I think just goes so opposed to all of the news coverage that we have seen so far and all of, the media. You would think, hey, but no, the American people are actually trusting the Republicans and Trump, if anything, more now than they were, so let's say, halfway through the war.
That is remarkable. I mean, and that is coming from not only CBS News polling, but WAPO Ipsos. So my only takeaway for that could possibly be is that the American public is tired of Democrats not having a solution and just blaming Trump or whatever Trump says or does. Their policy, their position, their message is to resist.
Well, nothing in there says this war in Iran is popular.
Correct. No.
They're just saying they trust.
Who do they trust? So you have like two crappy options basically, and they're saying, "Oh, the Democrats are the stinkier."
I mean, the Warhawks are the Republican wing of the party. So I mean that's not surprising. Like that poll is not surprising to me.
But what do you think? As far as I just wonder this as well. In some ways, with Trump, I mean, look at him at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, or look at President Trump on a daily basis. So, I don't know if this might sound clumsy to say, but President Trump, essentially, he's so transparent. He's so who he is. He can't help himself, right?
You're right. You're
it's like he's going to say, to the dismay sometimes of the most loyal, followers or his own staff, he's going to say sometimes what he should never say, what no career politician would say or whatever. So because of that, does that in essence make people go, all right, well, maybe he screwed up, but he really believes they have nukes?
Yeah.
And also my second question to you guys is, do you think that the Fauci situation further pushes people away from feeling like the Democrats are more likely to play me? Do they blame Fauci on Democrats? Does that testimony tomorrow further hurt Dems?
I just think the entry-level political thinker that spends a little bit of time on this stuff just realizes that the Democrats have nothing to run on, and what they do run on is not the mainstream accepted view on fringe cultural issues like men and women's sports. And if the trusting is interesting, like Gallup will put these polls out, CBS YouGov every couple of weeks on a Sunday show. Who do you trust more? And it's under every single topic. And by and large, the most consistent where Democrats are trusted more is on healthcare and female reproductive rights. But whether it's immigration, crime, law and order, the border, for the most part, the economy recently with Trump, but it used to be more trust with Democrats. I think maybe 10, 12, 15 years ago. But you look at these issues, there's very few where the Democrats consistently lead the way in, and it's things that don't win elections. And to my own admission, I thought Roe v. Wade would be the undoing of Trump if he ended up winning the primary and being the nominee in 2024, and that didn't cost him. So the Democrats can sit there and talk about abortion all they want. It's not going to win you an election. We realized it was not even a top 5 issue.
Well, because of how Trump. So what Trump did was on that issue in particular, here's I've never heard anybody do this before, so correct me if I'm wrong. What Trump taught me about that issue was how we were getting played, how it was never about women's rights of choosing, but rather it was actually the Democrats, like they do with COVID or other things, how they raise money, create money laundering machines such as Planned Parenthood. So they told us, well, Planned Parenthood, it's necessary for breast cancer screenings or whatever. Now we have urgent cares that do that. And so all this money was being pumped through things like the teachers union or through Planned Parenthood. Then those people, 100% of them Democrats, who then donate back to the Democrat Party, right? And so what Trump exposed was we're all getting played. These are all money laundering machines. It's not about your choice or screenings in rural areas. It's about career politicians being career politicians. And it kind of goes along with the fact that what career politician, even if they knew that maybe Iran had nukes, what crazy career politician would ever commit career suicide before an upcoming huge midterm, right? Who would do what Trump has done with Iran?
Yeah.
So it kind of goes along those lines that even when he screws up, he's being authentic.
Yeah.
And you go, yeah, you know what? That guy. I trust him more, even though when he might do something that's stupid to a career politician. He doesn't think like a career politician.
Yeah.
That's my theory.
And there's so much, in these last 2 days. So you have that poll right there. Then you had the one where yesterday we played on the cut sheet. I don't know if it was Enton's aggregate or whoever, but Trump's aggregate poll approval rating was 41, only 2 points below where he was. I forget what the time frame was, but it was 43%. And you sit there and you say, man, with all the stuff, all the negativity that's out there, with the war, with gas prices, like the Republicans have not crashed and burned in polling. Rise of socialism. Yes, historically, when one party has all three chambers of power, the White House, the Congress, the House, the Senate, typically they lose one. It just goes to show you, like, you almost want to ask yourself, where would the trust in the Democrats be? How much lower would it be if we did have $2.98 a gallon for gas? If we weren't at war? If we had the stinking Save America Act passed? Like, if Republicans give an inch back this fall, there's going to be the Monday morning quarterbacking of, man, what could have been had we have done this instead of that? Because the Democrats still haven't figured it out. They still don't understand why Trump resonates. They can't find a normal dude themselves, and they're relegated to socialism. That's where they're at right now.
Yeah.
And look, maybe it does work this fall. I don't know. The House looks like it's going to go to the Democrats. Senate seems like slight favor towards Republicans. But, like, they haven't figured squat out. And they're in debt. They have no money. The Republicans are 9 figures deep. I empty out the hopper of that war chest this fall. Spend every dollar you have because you might need it.
Yeah, which makes what happened over the weekend even more significant to what you just said, Nick Kayal, which is, think about where the Democrats are focusing money and national attention. They clearly really feel that the most vulnerable House seat where they can steal a seat and steal a majority, or at least one of them, but I think the number one is incumbent, he's a freshman, but freshman incumbent, Representative and Congressman Ryan McKenzie in where Nick Kayal and partially Greg Stocker grew up, Northampton County area. So I think that even makes it more poignant.
Let's play a little bit more of this.
Part of this is just that Americans don't like Democrats in Congress much at all.
Yeah, I think this is a big part of it. The Democratic Party in the minds of the American public are weak, to quote the great Tony Blair. I mean, just look at this. Just look at these net approval ratings of Democrats in Congress. In late February, at the beginning of the war, it was minus 41 points, minus 39, minus 39. And so you're just looking at these numbers right here, and you go to yourself, no wonder what's going on at this point, that Democrats simply put cannot take the ball and run with it and actually in the polls be trusted more than run, because the Democrats in Congress simply put are not well liked. In fact, these are the 3 lowest on record in terms of percentage points for the approval for Democrats in Congress. So it all puts together a picture. Donald Trump and Republicans may not be liked, but Democrats in Congress are really hated.
A lot of this is D on D crime. I mean, there are Democrats who are unhappy with their own party, who Democrats hope might vote for them anyway in November.
It'd be much easier if they were, actually liked.
Harriet.
Which is fascinating because Shapiro, I think for the most part, is not a socialist, communist type candidate. Hakeem Jeffries, probably more likely to one day totally, flat out, completely endorse the Mamdanis of the world. But it's interesting that they're championing Bob Brooks, like you just talked about, and Ryan McKenzie in the Lehigh Valley. And again, that's where I think ultimately maybe one of the things that separates the Democrat Party from the Republican Party is, Dawn, you've said this all the time, when push comes to shove, they always rally around and they get on the same page, and then it's onward and upward with, okay, here's the play. This is the playbook. This is what we're running. And I think you started to see a little glimpse of that with Shapiro. I mean, to be honest, think about that. Shapiro and Hakeem Jeffries in the Lehigh Valley, they know it's important.
Yes. Yeah, and I think it was I just think the Democrats are realizing more and more. They're obviously looking at the map and saying who's the most, which number one, and they probably have it knowing them. They have graphs and they have like where it's like a sports, like you do for your fantasy football or whatever. And they're going, boom, Northampton right there, District 7, Pennsylvania. That's our number one chance of taking that over and putting in somebody who's going to be a rubber stamp for the Democrats. Boom, Bob Brooks, firefighter, and all the things that we played yesterday with Shapiro. So that just means money. They have to do ads. They have to go door to door. And we've talked a lot about this, that when you look at those successful campaigns nowadays, it has to be everything. It has to be ads everywhere, flooded. Social media, but you've got to have people, boots on the ground, as they say, knocking on the doors. Especially in a place where you have people, nowadays they're not, their habits are so different. So if you have, great volunteers knocking on doors saying, Ryan McKenzie, you know him, and you know what I mean, whatever, spreading that word, and it then is a layered impact. It takes money. You got to pay all these people. You got to train in all these people.
That's right.
Speaking of Mamdani, at the press conference that we just played in the 7 o'clock hour, during which Mamdani unveiled a 30% discount at 5 new municipal grocery stores in New York, the mayor was asked about the effort to keep him out of 9/11 events. As you know, coming up this
25 years.
This September, we're gonna have it's gonna be the 25-year anniversary of
6 weeks from now.
Yeah. The New York Post on Sunday blared the front page headline, "Stay Away," in an exclusive report that families of victims from the devastating 2001 terror attacks wish to keep Mamdani out. Quote, "Our objection is based on his public record, his failure to meaningfully acknowledge the horror of that day, and his employment of, support for, or association with individuals who have minimized 9/11, defended terrorists, or even suggested America deserved the attacks." Well, I would just push back on that. A little editorial here from me. I would just push back on that and say, we do business with Saudi Arabia all the time. And they were the funder. They planned. I don't want to say planned, but they were very involved in 9/11.
Sure, and we do business with all these corrupt nations.
We bend over for them all the time. So I understand what these families are saying, but also be mad at your own government for bowing down to the quote unquote kings of Saudi Arabia and this administration for taking giant checks from them. Son-in-law. Do you hear me? Son-in-law.
You're not calling
Jared.
Jared. I thought you were going to drop a Gump Trump on me.
No.
Gump Trump.
The other corrupt one.
I love you say that. But you know what it is, honestly? It's specifically with New York that you have a 9/11 terrorist sympathizer as your mayor, that you have a guy that's a socialist that's going to have 5 city-run grocery stores. Did I say that correctly? Run? I think
yes, you did.
Yeah.
Look at you.
Wow! Hey, where's the breaking news sounder?
Right.
All right. I'm recovering from my concussions from all those years of football. All right. So, but think about this. In New York, like we saw this, and this was my takeaway last year for the mayoral race in New York. Cuomo, exposed for a skunk during COVID as the governor. Mayor Gugu, yeah, he doesn't know his ass from his elbow. And then a cartoon character trotted out for the Republican Party. Sometimes, but the average person who's not super political that can maybe lean this way or lean that way, they sit there and they say, you know what? These are the options. This is what we've had for 15, 20 years. Okay, I'll try something different, which is actually, if you think about it, Philadelphia hasn't had a Republican mayor since 52. At least in New York, they can say they've had Rudy Giuliani. I know Bloomberg was not necessarily a conservative, but it's not like they've gone 75 or 80 years without a Republican at the helm. It's only been what, 15, 20 years? That's in the grand scheme of things, that's not too long.
Yeah, but at this point, Michael Nutter looks like a Republican.
Oh,
right?
Michael Nutter's middle name would be MAGA. Michael MAGA Nutter.
Michael. So that's what you just said made me think about the fact, the evolution, the quickly evolving Democrat Party.
Right.
Wow.
There's a Change.org petition started by Giovanni Galante, who's the husband of a 9/11 victim, and other families have organized this Change.org petition to keep Mondami from attending ceremonies marking the 25th anniversary of the World Trade Center attack. As of this writing, the petition has over 14,000 signatures. At the presser on Monday, a reporter brought up the campaign roll.
Mr. Mayor, there was a number of people from...
Sorry, would you mind bringing the microphone up?
A number of people who were survivors of 9/11 are calling on you not to go to 9/11 memorial services. I wonder how you feel about the fact that they're trying to keep you away.
I will proudly honor the families, the survivors, the first responders forever impacted by that horrific terror attack by standing alongside them at this year's 9/11 commemoration, reaffirming that we will never forget the solemn day felt by all of us who call this city home, and frankly, by all of us who call this country home.
Hi, Mayor. I was just...
Hi, Mayor. It's really, you go back and you think about where you were on September 11th, 2001. I think it was a Tuesday morning. I was a senior in high school. First period, we had this first period for seniors. You had the ability to do certain different tasks. And we really didn't do much work, but me and a couple of my buddies, we worked in the guidance counselor's office, and we basically would run errands like, hey, can you run down the hall to room 302 and bring Bobby down? The guidance counselor has to meet him at 8:30 or whatever. And basically all we would do is sit in there and watch TV. We'd watch reruns of Saved by the Bell on TBS. By the way, remember when Kelly had the raspberry face? That was kind of the equivalent of my shoulder. You remember that?
No. He's going to trigger Greg.
And I remember she, the secretary flipped over to CNN, and you could see the first tower being struck. I mean, I never would have thought, fast forward 25 years later, man, where does your life go, that New York would elect that after what they endured as a city. Isn't that crazy?
It is crazy.
Yeah, but as three people who lived through it, we're getting up to the 25th year anniversary. The farther we get away from it, the farther away from it people forget about it, or weren't born, or we're not of remembering age of it.
Well, that's true. The young generation has no recollection.
It has no bearing on them whatsoever.
And how they vote.
They're looking at their paychecks. They're looking at the fact that it is you can't survive in New York City on anything other than $1 million.
And some of them just hate America.
And they're like, this guy's giving me free stuff. I don't care what his thoughts are on 9/11 or the 9/11 victims. You know what I mean? So it's incredibly short-sighted, but I just don't think that has the impact for a lot of Mondami voters that we thought.
And I also think you can flip that school of thought to Trump and Republicans. People always I can't believe you're a Trump supporter. He's been found guilty of this, or I think he did that. And I sit there and I say, dude, short of him being locked dead, stop in the Epstein files, molesting young kids, I wouldn't disavow him pretty much for anything, because I like the policies. I'm not sitting here advocating him as a human being across the board. And so I think there's Democrats out there that are you know what, I don't care. To your point, I don't care if Mamdani was this or that. The system has failed me. That's their belief, because they're lazy and they want free things and they think they should be, compensated because we've created this victimhood culture. So I do think they're on both sides, if I'm trying to be objective about it. And I think there's more voting against Republicans because they hate Trump than there is voting against Democrats because they hate Democrats. I think this side actually likes Trump. The Democrats don't really have anybody they love. They've just been conditioned to hate a certain individual or a subset of people. But I just think there are people out there that are okay, you know what? This is because think about it. How many people, if you polled Americans today, are one-issue voters? Probably a sizable portion.
Right.
Right? Oh, I don't care who it is. Just give me more money. I just want a good economy.
Right.
Or all I care about is women's reproductive rights. Or all I want is a closed border. Or all I want is low crime. Or all I want is lower taxes. So there's a lot of people. I don't know how many people out there are sitting down, jotting down their 20 bullet points issue by issue and going through this analysis of where they're just basically, because they don't consume it every day, they focus in on it for 4 to 6 weeks as an election comes around, and they say, all right, well, this is what my gas prices are. Here's where my groceries are. And here's kind of something that's near and dear to my heart as like a little niche issue. That's what makes up my voter profile, so to speak. I think a lot of people are, that's probably the majority, honestly.
Yeah, and it depends on your family. So I was looking up, how many 18-year-olds right after 9/11, because we know with TMF, with Travis Manion Foundation, we know so many people. I think Joey Faye may be one of them who signed up, but there were so many 18-year-olds, just that number, who signed up for the military. Nearly 182,000 18-year-olds signed up after the September 11th attacks. That's just one category. That's just 18-year-olds.
Sure.
Who were close to your age, Nick, since at that moment.
Yeah, I was 17 when 9/11 happened.
You were like, 3 or 4 months away from it. So you think of like 8, 7, how many, right when it happened, look at how many people within that year, how many 19. So my God, it must have been like 1 million overall who signed up to say, I'm going to fight for my country.
Right.
So I would imagine that depending on where you were and then who are your parents, it all depends. Also, schools. So when my boys were little, they were in they were in grade school. So in their school, I remember that the nuns were debating it, and they showed the kids. Some parents objected to showing the planes going into the building, and that was fine. They just allowed them to choose in a little Catholic school. Like, is it okay if we talk about it? Because they felt like, how do children cope? They're going to hear about it at home. So it really depends on how your school or your family, did you know about it when you were little? And then people who wasn't born, did your school ever talk about it? Yeah. Some schools haven't.
Well, here's the thing, too, is that you can say, well, like it's Zohran Mamdani, is he running scared from all this? No. I mean, like, look at what...
Doesn't seem like it.
Mamdani set a record for the most total votes secured in a New York City mayoral primary, and a historic overall general election turnout exceeding 2 million votes. So not only did he win, he set records.
Oh, he leaned into it.
20, almost 25 years to the day of 9/11, this guy was elected mayor. So no, we have short attention spans. People don't think about things like that.
And I think one of the reasons why Trump is friendly to him, which might, I don't know, we should find a way to get an answer to this, how the Trump base feels about the friendly nature between Trump and Mamdani. Now, I'm not going to sit there and say that I think Trump sees himself in Mamdani because they have totally different backgrounds. But I think he does respect the fact that Mamdani's got the balls to say what he says, run on what he runs on. Now, whether he can deliver on it, we know socialism fails. But I think he sits there and says, wow, that takes guts. And this is Trump. Keep in mind, he's the mayor of Trump's birthplace. So, if anything, you could argue Trump would have even more reason to have disdain for Mamdani because, Trump's pro-America. Remember, right as 9/11 happened, Trump was on CNN on a flip phone, I think.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah,
he was walking the streets trying to figure out and get answers,
and had employees and crews down there and was helping out.
Yeah, back when Trump was a Democrat, he was adored by the networks. Yeah,
I don't know if he was down there, Don.
He was.
No, there's videos of him.
Yeah, like he was history
at the time. I was
he wasn't walking like 2 feet from ground zero.
We played clips of it at the time. He
was somewhere in the city walking on a sidewalk with his phone.
Yeah. He was in. At the time. Because at the time I worked for CBS, so he was at CBS 3 locally. Just started there. So, the other thing I was going to say about Mamdani, remember, so he's only 34 years old, and so he's one of those people that in his life, obviously 9/11 happened before he was born, and so he was 7, right when by the time he moved to New York City, he wouldn't have really known about it. He was in Uganda till he was 7. So I'm just trying to think of his life. Did he know about it?
Yeah.
He's only 34, and then he was 7 when he finally moved to New York. Do you see what I'm saying?
Right.
So I don't
91 LSX says Trump was digging through rubble, according to Dawn.
No, I wasn't. No. I'm just saying he was in Manhattan.
Trump climbed the 92nd floor of the first
He lived in Manhattan. Of course he was in Manhattan.
He was. He was interviewed by reporters at the time, just talking about it.
Yeah, I've got to find the video.
I'm not saying he was a hero.
No,
I'm not saying
but
anything silly.
there is a video of him.
Yeah.
As it's happening. Again, he's not like within a block or two.
I'm not.
He's like a mile or two away, walking down the street with. I think it's one of those old. It almost looked like the car phone. Back in the day. Hey, let's go to Bob on the car phone. What a time. By the way, just watching anything from 2001, since we're talking about 9/11.
Right.
Forget 25 years ago. It looks like it was 250 years ago.
It does.
It looks archaic.
I know.
The footage looks
It's true.
archaic.
I know.
You ever seen a car from 2001 and how weird it looked?
Yeah.
Unbelievable. Let's go to Bill on the car phone. Bill, your thoughts?
But I also wonder if with Mamdani. So if you think about when he moved to New York City, he was a baby. He was what, 2?
Okay.
2 when he.
So he would have been
when
7?
9/11 so he would have been 2. So he moved to New York in 1999.
Okay.
So wait a minute. He would have been, if he was 7, would he remember? If he was in 1999-ish?
I have very, very few memories of
you have
being
memories
7.
I mean,
a
would
few
he have-
things. My dad throwing a remote at me. That's pretty much it.
Stop.
Now, Pat Raduni just sent me the clip.
Thank you, Steve.
Trump interview. Now, this was 2 days after 9/11 at Ground Zero. I swear I remember a video of him the moment or the morning in the 30 minutes after the first or an hour after the second tower, calling in while he was on the ground. But I don't remember seeing footage of him walking, but
No, it was like he's saying. Like I remember that he was one of the business people. Who else? I mean, there were other, there were famous people, right? They were working there. They were like, they obviously had everything cordoned off.
Yeah.
So unless you were a firefighter or an actual first responder, they weren't going to allow you in. But they were calling in for help. Remember that?
Right.
So a lot of first responders, like from Jersey, especially Philadelphia, they ran, to help.
Mm-hmm.
And there were people who still believed that maybe their family members were like buried in the rubble.
What do we have here from Phil?
Okay.
Here we go.
Donald, you have one of the landmark buildings down in the financial district, 40 Wall Street.
UPN 9.
Did you have any damage, or did what's happened down there?
Well, it was an amazing phone call I made. 40 Wall Street actually was the second tallest building in downtown Manhattan, and it was actually, before the World Trade Center, was the tallest. And then when they built the World Trade Center, it became known as the second tallest, and now it's the tallest. And I just spoke to my people, and they said it's the most unbelievable.
Okay, so he sounds like he's talking from his office there.
I think Phil, I think I sent you something else if you can pull that, unless that's exactly what Pat Raduni said.
No, there's another
bragging
one where
about having the tallest building now than the World Trade Center.
Nobody's ever seen a building.
Oh, God.
No, there's another one that Nick is
he's
right.
He's a hero.
No, there's another one Nick is right where he's...
Yeah. I'm telling you, he's out there. I've seen it.
He's on, he has like an old phone and but you see him. This one, he's calling in. It's a phoner.
Yeah, no, it's like an old black and gold Motorola flip phone. So think about that. Yeah. I mean, 2001, that was like the old, remember the old Nokia phone with the little stem and you'd play the little snake game on it? Like, that's the era of phones we're talking about back in the day.
We should take a break and then come back and see if Matt Rooney is here with us. We have a ton more.
Yeah, Rooney, where's your money at?
I want to get his take on the Fauci thing because CNBC questioned Dr. Scott Gottlieb yesterday live on air about the correspondence that he had with Fauci that were revealed. So we'll get all that on the other side.
Rooney Tuesday. It's coming up next here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You know what I love? American-made products, baby. That's right. It's Rich Zioli. American-made products, and that's what you get from Emmons Roofing and Siding. Owens Corning shingles are made in New Jersey. Certainteed siding made right outside of Philly. Provia windows and doors handcrafted in Ohio. And because Emmons is platinum with Owens Corning, your roof comes with a lifetime workmanship warranty. That's accountability on American-made quality from an American company right in our backyard. EmmonsRoofing.com. EmmonsRoofing.com. SuperSure.com.
Julia owed the IRS thousands.
I was paralyzed with fear.
Then
I heard a commercial for Optima Tax Relief.
Optima Tax Relief is the leading tax resolution firm and have resolved over $3 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax Relief settled my IRS tax bill.
Call Optima now for a free consultation.
It was amazing.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
For details, visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
For a complete list of Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's contest rules, go to 1210WPHT.com/rules.
Let me tell you something about insurance. When you sign your insurance policy, for some brokers, that's the finish line. Handshake, commission, done. Then you may not hear from them again until it's time for renewal. But your business runs all year, so do the gaps and the risk. So go to supersure.com. If your company has more than 25 employees, whether you're the owner, CFO, or HR manager, it can be too complex to just go buy a policy online. Supersure is the super agency built for you, licensed in every state for your business insurance and employee benefits, all with year-round support for you and your team. At supersure.com, you can access tools like fine print facts. It'll translate your current policy into plain English so you see what's covered and what's not. Plus a business value calculator so you can estimate what your business is worth so you know what actually needs protecting. Go to supersure.com. One super agency, one powerful platform, all your policies in one place. Supersure.com. That's supersure.com. Paid for by Supersure Insurance Agency, LLC, a licensed insurance agency.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. But at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited everything for just $35 a line. That's $35 a month for unlimited talk, text, and data. Switch to the carrier ranked #1 in network coverage and customer satisfaction and get unlimited everything for just $35 a month. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit Consumer Cellular online or in-store today. Price includes $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. Taxes and fees apply. Data speeds reduced after 35 gigabytes. Rankings done by 2025 ACSI survey.
In Philadelphia, Chase is proud to root for the home team because they're our team too. We cheer from the bleachers and on the sidelines. We cheer for gymnasts and quarterbacks. And with more than 80 local Chase branches and 5,000 nationwide, we are right beside you, Philadelphia. Neighborhood bankers, digital tools, national strength. Chase, make more of what's yours.
JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
The success you've had in life matters. The late nights, the extra shifts, the moments you've stood up and said, I've got this. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we value your achievements because we're a school for real life. With UMGC, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and relevant life and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer scholarships, affordable tuition, and online and hybrid classes, all with the support you need from your first day to graduation day and beyond. As an accredited state university, we've been transforming lives for over 75 years. Choose from more than 100 undergraduate and graduate degrees and certificates, and get ready to succeed again. At UMGC, success is yours for the taking and the making, and nothing should keep you from it, especially not an application fee. Apply now and we'll waive your application fee. Classes start August 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
The fireworks aren't just in the sky. They're on our lot this July. At Tri-County Toyota, get explosive savings like a new 2026 Toyota Tundra with 2.99% APR financing. Don't wait for the finale. These deals go boom and then they're gone. Visit us at 15 D&L Drive or online at TriCountyToyota.com. 3 counties, 1 priority. You with approved credit. Final price includes a $4.90 doc fee. Expires August 3rd, 2026.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT.
8:33. It is Kayal and Company on a glorious Tuesday until the bad weather rolls through. But as soon as it rolls out, it'll be glorious again. Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on this Tuesday. We have Fight Club coming up at 9:10 this morning. Today in music history, Rooney Tuesday will officially get underway in a matter of moments as Matt Rooney will join us. Fashionably late, as usual.
Oh, this is the video you're talking about of him.
This is what I think this is what I recall, but I thought I remember seeing him on a phone, but this looks like an interview, but this is fine. We can play this. This is NBC News.
Two huge 110-story buildings that are reduced to rubble. Thousands and thousands of lives. I just got
so
to
he's
see
out on the
something
street
that I've never seen before.
Down by 9/11.
I have hundreds of men inside working right now, and we're bringing down.
I don't know what we're trying to prove here.
Nothing.
I was just saying that.
I don't even know how we got stuck on 9/11 for a half hour.
I know.
Something with Mom Donnie.
Yeah.
With Mom Donnie. I think, we did this exercise when Hillary Clinton and Trump were running against each other because she was a senator at the time.
Yeah.
So she was down there at Ground Zero. He was down there as a businessman. I have confirmed he was at Trump Tower.
Okay.
So he witnessed it, from Trump Tower, and I can find news footage from September 13th and the 18th.
Mm-hmm.
So, we went through this exercise when they ran it, when they were competing for the presidency back in 13, 14. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Okay. Very good.
There's a new social media trend called tan maxing.
Mm-hmm.
Huh.
What are we doing?
I don't know. I just call that going out and playing golf and getting outside, but whatever.
It's encouraging young people to get as dark of a tan as possible, despite the risks.
Okay. Have you noticed that all the maxing is not good for your health?
No.
Didn't we learn from Clavicular as he almost OD'd live streaming his restaurant maxing or wherever the hell he was doing? All these people.
Well, is Jimmy Fallon a part of that? I'm just kidding. But
Jimmy's got a nice tan.
Yeah, but he spray tans, which
That's
is
true.
safe.
But now he's coming back from the Bahamas or somewhere down very, very, very south. So he's going to probably have an all-natural tan.
All right, tan maxing. Let's roll this.
Okay. Yeah, baby.
Tanning is my favorite thing to do. Let's talk tanning products because everyone is always asking me, how do I get so tan so fast?
For Jaden Nazar, tanning is more than just a hobby.
Being tan makes me feel like myself. I feel better. My skin loves me more. I wear makeup better. I feel better. I feel skinnier when I'm tanning.
Is that Mom Donnie?
Skinnier when you're tan.
Yes, when I'm tan.
Interesting.
Absolutely. That's the real thing.
You feel
28-year-old.
Pause it for a second. You feel skinnier when you tan. It's because
I can tell you, I've got a good tan right now. I do not feel skinny.
It's because it's dark. Darkened skin makes your shows definition more.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay. Yeah. I got to tell you, the obsession with the tanning from the standpoint of, like, I just read this article and it was Golf Digest. Justin Thomas, who's one of the best players on the tour, came down with skin cancer, and he got a really, really big scare, and now he uses it. Like, excuse me, I use it when I'm out golfing, but I use SPF 30. I put it on before my round, and then I put it on again at the turn after the 9th hole. So I put like 2 sprays on over the course of 5 hours. I still get tan. I still get sun. Is there some science that proves that some sun is good? I would imagine.
Sun is good for
sun. Yes,
sun is good for you.
Let me differentiate sun versus tan.
Yeah.
Yes, being out in the sun is good for you, but is like a certain shade of a tan. Is there like medical benefits to it?
No.
Okay, so
not
there's
at all.
Okay.
No, the sun is good for you, but
Yes.
the sun, just like everything in high doses, is not good. Like, and by the way, what this woman is doing is no different than what our parents did in the 60s, 70s.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
Forever.
it's people used to look at a picture of a beach in the 60s, 70s, and 80s, and early 90s. You don't see an umbrella on the beach.
No.
Nobody had an umbrella.
Nope.
Everybody just brought their blankets down and they laid on the beach. And they put on baby oil to get a better tan or a better sunburn or whatever. And nobody wore sunblock.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So, like, it's this is not a new thing. This is just, they're just saying, hey, the way our parents did it was okay according to them.
Yeah, but then there's the counter. just did the bike ride. Anna Hummel had so much SPF lotion,
right?
SPF 50 lotion.
Which
she looked like Casper.
She did.
So did I, and then because I use the spray. I know that the
spray's better.
This is easier because you need to reapply.
Okay.
That's what she kept reapplying.
But you have it with you in the studio.
Yeah, because I have my little backpack.
What are you going to get, sunburn
There's
from the lighting in there?
SPF 50. No, I just always have it in my backpack.
Oh, okay.
Because you have to reapply it because we were sweating.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So you have to reapply every hour or two.
Mm-hmm.
And so, I mean, no matter what. But the zinc is probably safer, they say, because now we hear about witch tan sprays.
Yeah. I mean, I've had a couple of buddies that have had skin cancer pop up and they've had it removed, and then they take more precautions. So, I totally get that. And I'm not saying that some of us are more immune or not immune, or I haven't read this. I don't spend my time looking at the science on, moderation, right? If you're going to be out there for an extended period, throw something on.
Let's put a little more on here.
Yeah.
Around getting peak sun exposure.
In the morning, I'll check the UV index. So I'll usually plan my day to get a lot of work done in the morning. So when I have the free time later is usually 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock when the UV index is the highest.
Jaden considers herself part of an emerging trend on social media, tan maxing. What the heck is tan maxing?
Well, if you can glance at my skin, it's a lifestyle.
This is my tanning routine.
Many tracking the UV index.
I always check the UV and try and go out when it's the highest. This is the tan that I started with.
Stop getting advice from people on social media.
Tan lines are back in. It shows you where you started and where you are now.
Okay.
It's like, look, I have proof of my work. I've put in work for this.
Others sharing routines that they use to get as dark as possible.
Here I am, tan maxing.
All while the medical community is raising concerns.
Tan maxing is the trend of the summer, especially for Gen Z. It is very deeply concerning to me. There is no such thing as a safe or healthy tan.
From social media to pop culture, tanning, the ever-popular summer activity, a focal point of many shows like Jersey Shore.
So how do you get the best results? GTL, baby. Gym Tan Laundry. Because if everything's put together and you feel great, you look great.
God, I hate that show.
And even TLC's Gypsy Sisters, where the women are seen covering themselves in butter to tan quicker.
Butter.
Is that real butter? Hell yeah, that's butter.
Oh, God.
Butter is better.
Yeah, she
I
puts
love
butter
on
her
my
legs.
buns.
Yeah.
Even sharing the impact a spray tan has had on her on Jake Shane's podcast, Therapists.
Sometimes I think I'm depressed, and then I get a spray tan, and I'm like, I was just pale.
Yeah. I know, stupid.
Oh, God. I'm dumber. I'm dumber.
Well, as the philosopher Greg Stocker once famously said.
Can we stop getting our news from Twitter?
Yeah, I'm done. I'm all out on the TikTok trends and the TikTok challenges.
Yeah.
I don't care if you're knocking on doors and you end up in Dawn's news for knocking on the wrong door.
That's right.
Or doing these stupid ideas. If it's maxing, don't do it.
Right.
It's probably not good for you.
Right.
No, and none of these people, what are they doing? It's all about me, me, me. They're talking about themselves.
Mm-hmm.
She's feeling a little depressed. Where's your job?
Yeah.
Where are these people's? So they have no purpose-driven life.
Nope.
And they're laying out in the sun. Remember, that's what killed Jimmy Buffett, who loved Key West and the outdoors. Because skin cancer, if they don't catch it in time and it spreads to the rest of your body, skin cancer is the deadly one. It's bad if it spreads.
Speaking of the sun, a lifeguard charged into towering waves to rescue a swimmer struggling in the powerful surf off of Santa Cruz County.
Santa Cruz, you said?
Santa Cruz, California, yeah. After a brief struggle on the shore, another person rushed in to help as the pair battled the rough water to bring the swimmer safely to shore.
This is like you're holding your breath watching this.
The act of heroism was one of at least 25 water rescues reported Saturday as massive swells battered the Santa Cruz County coastline. You look at this lifeguard and you thank God that this lifeguard is here because he's literally saving this kid's life. Roll this.
16.
Look at this.
16 years old.
Look at this. Look at the waves. Watch this. So he's trying to hold him up. And then just another, a giant wave comes and just knocks him down.
And the victim is lifeless at one point. It's just has no, I don't know if he passed out or he just has no strength.
And there's the lifeguard trying to keep him afloat.
Keep him breathing.
Yep. And then somebody else comes in to try and help him. And watch, another wave comes.
Oh, my God.
Another wave comes and knocks him. Look at this. Look at this. This is brutal.
He's risking his life.
Right.
16.
Right.
Oh my God! And look, it looks like being swept away.
It does.
This is very shallow too.
Yeah.
Look how violent.
Here comes three more.
These waves are huge. So you have 1, 2, 3. They're forming a human chain.
Yep. To try and get this kid and the lifeguard to safety. He's literally, this lifeguard is literally holding him.
Look at this.
Trying to hold him above water.
Yep.
And they're submerged.
Right.
And
then he's dragging him out of there. The kid does seem lifeless.
Good God.
Look at this. Two more. Oh my God. Look at that. Just knocking the living crap out of everybody. With these giant waves like this. I say this all the time. The ocean is nothing to mess with. Yeah. And all these dopes who go in there, like, I'm going to go in, I don't need a lifeguard, whenever you never know what's going to happen.
I know.
Just stop. Yeah. You don't need to swim at 5:30 at night.
Nope.
You don't.
No.
Or early in the morning. If you're an experienced surfer and you want to go out, like Bodie from Point Break, that's on you. He's not coming back. And look, a standing ovation for this. Look at how many people it took to drag this kid out of there. Yeah.
He's a 10-year-old boy, saved his life.
10. Oh my God.
And the 16-year-old lifeguard and all those beachgoers that were there that we just, that to me that was amazing.
It was.
A 10-year-old boy obviously was just passed out, just lifeless, limp.
Yep.
And would have been carried out to sea. Not only did they have those huge waves, but also dangerous rip currents.
Yep. Yeah, you're right. I mean, I don't understand now, look, I'm not saying don't go in the ocean, but those that just need to be thrills, and I'm not saying this guy was seeking thrills, but like yesterday, just stemming off and piggybacking off of what Greg said about going into the ocean after 5:30 when the lifeguards are off duty, like the person that went up in the hot air balloon. For what?
Yeah.
Here's the most risk I'm willing to take. Climbing into the pine trees to punch out my golf ball with a 7-iron. That's about it. That's about as wild as I'm getting, all right? Again, stop swimming with wild endangered animals. Stop jumping into tiger cages.
But again, this proves a point that you need, those lifeguards need to be trained.
Oh yeah,
they need to be able to lift lifeless bodies. That's dead weight.
Yep.
They need to be able to lift dead weight out of water like that, which is not easy to do. So this is not, you can't sit here and say, well, we need to hire this person and this many that person and this. No, the most qualified people need to be lifeguards, and this shows why.
Correct.
Because if this was somebody who was not equipped, that kid would be dead. He would be dead.
Yep.
Now, to mine, because Michael got certified at I think 15, whenever they allow it. And so to my knowledge, Greg, with lifeguarding, every couple of years you have to go back for your recertification,
right.
And they make you do that. Exactly what you're saying. So boys, girls, it doesn't matter who you are, you have to go through that, and it's really strict. And in fact, you have to rescue somebody in whatever it is, 15 feet of water, whatever.
Yep.
But they actually have tougher restrictions for these lifeguards that are in the ocean than in a swimming pool.
Right.
But you have to carry the person up.
Wow.
And be able to give them the CPR, the whole thing.
As these waters get worse, you know what I mean? It's no secret the waves are different than they were when we were younger. I mean, that's not a stunning statement. It's a fact. I think that we should have year-round lifeguards. I think it should be a full-time job. I think it should the whole work. It's a serious business.
Yeah.
And I got to give credit. When I was at the Jersey Shore a couple weeks ago, those lifeguards down there don't mess around. Because there were days when the undertow was really bad, and they had the flags, and if you swam or you went in even up to your knees past the flags, they blew the whistle and told everybody to come out told them to move over. They were not messing around. Even if you drifted down, they were come back. You know what I mean? And you should listen to them because they know what they're doing. Hopefully.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
You're right.
Yeah.
All right. 855-839-1210. Speaking of sunblock, let's check in with Dr. Craig.
Dr. Craig.
Fresh off of the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation bike ride himself, where he was lathered.
That
Hello,
was
Craig.
awesome.
What's up?
How fortunate. you know what? I met all you guys, and it was just wonderful to see you guys at the start and at the finish. And Greg was the guy to beat here.
Thank you.
He was the guy to beat. And you know what? He's a 6-footer, and I'm not a 6-footer. So I took off after Greg. And you know what? Unfortunately, in Cherry Hill, about a quarter into the ride, there was a big pileup and an accident in front of me. So I had to stop and help a woman that desperately needed it for 20 minutes. So
what happened?
For what it's worth, Greg smoked me. Greg smoked me.
What happened to the woman, if you don't mind me asking?
Okay?
Yeah, is she okay?
Yeah, well, she had a pretty devastating injury, unfortunately. I guess someone hit her tire or something. She was a seasoned cyclist from the appearance, but as I came on it, she was on the ground, and there was, it was a rough scene. Let's just say that.
I heard she broke her neck. I heard there was a
Well, I can tell you exactly, Dawn, what we saw. That was a good observation. That's a potential possibility. I'm not her physician, so I was just a bystander with training. So there was myself, there was a nurse, and then a paramedic came on the scene, and it was 20 minutes before EMS got there. And I don't know if they were tied up in traffic because of the ride or whatever, but for 20 minutes we were, waiting for them to get there. So she needed a stiff neck collar, which is one of those things that stabilizes a neck, right?
Right.
And then we put her on a backboard, that is to say, something to stabilize the whole spine. She probably, unfortunately, had some fractures. There was some bleeding, and, not to be in specifics. Fortunately, her husband was there holding her hand. She was disoriented. So in any event, that's the kind of thing that has to take precedence over time and me chasing Greg for vanity.
By the way,
it had to be that way.
By the way, Dr. Craig.
In any event.
By the way, Dr. Craig, let's not scare
sure.
people. Like these are very rare occurrences that happen during these bike rides. They can happen anywhere. Doubt. You know what I mean? So
no doubt about it.
We're not trying to discourage people who don't ride from riding. Like this, stuff like this happens. So
You know what? I think out of a field of 2,000, I think there was one or two,
right?
Semi-serious accidents. So a couple of flat tires, but in fact, that's what I think Nick said. Why he was so slow on the course was I think he said he had 2 or 3 flat tires. I'm not 100% sure.
Did you?
And I'm carrying 2 or 3 spare tires around me. So.
Dr.
Craig, thank you.
You said spare tires.
Thank you for your fundraising and everything. We appreciate it.
Amazing.
What were you going to say, Doctor?
Oh, hold on.
Oh, we lose it?
I got him.
Or sunblock, and mineral-based sunblock is the way to go. You want zinc and titanium, not oxybenzone and,
I better check.
all the other stuff. Yeah.
My wife's
dermatologist
dermatologist recommended that mineral-based sunscreen. So, make sure it's mineral.
Zinc, titanium, or both.
Right.
And it kind of has to go on like white paint. The clear spray stuff is Johnson & Johnson's chemistry. I don't believe, in my opinion, it protects you against skin aging and basal cell carcinoma, squamous cell carcinoma, which can spread and be dangerous to you, and malignant melanoma, which Dawn was talking about earlier. That's the sword of Damocles. Once you have that, it could come back anytime.
Yeah.
Thank you, Doctor.
There he
You're
is.
the best.
Dr. Craig Wax. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Doctor. We should take a break. Is Rooney joining us today, or is he just gone?
Well, he's lost in translation, just like his donation.
Matt!
All right. He doesn't have to donate, doesn't have to show up on time. It's just, whatever, man.
Good.
How about the fact
Anytime you want, bro.
How about the fact Dr. Craig, that's like an answer to prayer that he and a nurse
I know.
are right there.
Right.
Thank God.
Right.
Proof that a doctor is always on duty.
Right. Dawn, talk us about Piazza.
Piazza. Love Piazza. Piazza Auto Group. Piazza Premium Automobiles. There is this feeling that comes with driving a Mercedes-Benz. It's a feeling of confidence, craftsmanship, arriving exactly where you belong. So during the Mercedes-Benz Welcome Home celebration, you discover exceptional offers on a remarkable selection of new vehicles involving and including the GLC and the GLE SUVs. Just visit your local authorized Piazza dealer, Westchester, Wilmington, or Atlantic City. Experience the luxury, innovation, performance that truly sets Mercedes-Benz apart. The Welcome Home celebration happening right now. Piazza Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, and Atlantic City. PIAZZA, PiazzaAutoGroup.com. Tell them Dolan sent you.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, let's talk premium. These are the top-of-the-line appliances that dream kitchens are made of. If you're planning an investment like this in your home, where you buy is as important as what you buy. At National Appliance Warehouse, we're committed to delivering the superior buying experience you deserve. Our showroom features beautifully displayed premium appliances of every major brand, including highly sought-after Monogram appliances. Our team of gurus is well-versed at guiding you as you navigate the same appliances you'd find in the most magnificent homes and the kitchens of cooking enthusiasts. And the National Appliance Warehouse team has the expertise to properly deliver and install your stunning new appliances.
Celebrate Christmas in July and save at National Appliance Warehouse. Elevate everything and save on Monogram appliances. Featuring sophisticated luxury and understated durability, you'll love expertly engineered and purposefully designed Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
My name is Joanne Mattia, and I've been with Crash Proof Retirement since 2014. The closer you are to retirement, the more you realize that that paycheck is not going to be coming in anymore. The best thing to do is to contact Crash Proof Retirement. The Crash Proof Retirement system helps me actually to fight inflation. The fact that I can take money out monthly for my monthly expenses and still have the bulk of my money available to me and still earning interest is very, very important to me. It's not something that is stagnant. It's always growing. I have a history with Crash Proof Retirement, and it's been one of confidence and reliability. I'm retired now, and I don't worry about my income, and I don't worry about my expenses, and that's what's the most important to me.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Spring Mill Country Club in Ivyland, PA on Tuesday, August 18th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
The timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group. And I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney. And the truth is, I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. After 15 years and over 50,000 cancellations, I can tell you with confidence, we know how to get you out of your timeshare. Call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit guide absolutely free with all your options for cancellation. Attorneys, this was meant to be funny, so please don't sue me, especially my friend Kenneth from Black River Falls, Wisconsin.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-838-6767. 800-838-6767. 800-838-6767.
When it comes to avoiding roofing problems this summer, go with the real deal. Impriano Roofing, Siding, Windows, and Doors. Family owned and operated for over 50 years. One of the only roofing companies still run by the original family. They're the experts in the industry, no comparison. And Jack Impriano stands behind every job 100%. Experience, integrity, that's the real deal. Call 610-644-4444 for your free estimate today. The best homes have an Impriano roof.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for.
the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. This is the sound of Lucy, staying on top of her spending. You see, even though she's buying a new pair of jeans, she knows that it fits within her monthly budget. Because Wells Fargo will send an alert if her balance drops below her set amount. Yep, nothing gets past Lucy, or Wells Fargo for that matter. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
Don Stensland this morning at 10. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
It is 9 o'clock. Happy Tuesday to everybody out there. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. It's Kayal and Company here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We appreciate you, however you may be listening or watching, wherever it may be. We appreciate you making us part of your day. Fight Club's coming up. Always one of the highlights of the day because stupid people with no morals and bad parenting growing up decide to throw down in public. And today's dummies, instead of calling the cops or intervening, they just pull out their phone and start recording. And we talk about it. And we do that at about 9:10 every day.
Well, somebody brought up the fact on the YouTube chat about that lifeguard. Who was the person filming, and why didn't they help? Why was their first thought to bring out their cell phone?
It's a good question, unless, well, you know what? Okay, if there's a fight, do you intervene? Do you break it up? Is that different, though, than risking your life for somebody else? I mean, I know we always talk about heroes, but if we're having a moment of honesty, are we jumping in that water?
Well,
I don't know that I am.
I'm a pretty good swimmer, so I would. Yeah,
I would sink.
It sounded like it was a woman. It sounded like a young woman.
Okay.
But she was. So it sounds from all the reports, all those guys on the beach, not all lifeguards, but there were a lot of men and young men and guys like you guys and Greg's saying like, hey, I'm a stronger swimmer. So the men, it sounds like, stepped up because they're stronger and stronger swimmers. And so the men were forming the human chain.
Right.
And the women were,
filming,
calling 911. So they've named the 16-year-old, the local media, as Ryder, and Ryder never let go of that kid.
Oh,
the 10-year-old.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
It's great work.
It is.
Thank God.
Yeah. Oh. Look who's here.
Well, look what
Hello, Rooney Tuesday, here on Kayal and Company. When you're sitting there in Jersey, try to be on time, please.
Rooney, calm down. Rooney.
Never more applicable than today. Only 32 minutes past due. Hello, Matthew.
Hey, as my wife frequently tells the children, you get what you get, you don't get upset. So I am here.
You sound like Ed from Delran. You're
That's
right.
what the nuns say, right?
That is what the nuns used to say. Sister Lucy, rest in peace. One of my earliest memories is her chasing me into one of those little play school plastic houses. You know what I'm talking about? Sometimes they're in backyards. I don't know what the hell I did. I'm sure I deserved it, but
yeah. So
we need more nuns. There wouldn't be Fight Club if we had nuns.
Yeah.
Got your sister
in the schools.
One of my most recent memories was from last Tuesday when you said that you would make a donation to the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation. Now, I'm kind of over it at this point, but I do have guys like Wayne Bonfiglio, Mark O'Connor, Jack Costello. Is it Jack Costello?
Yes.
Sending me texts saying, hey, don't let Rooney off the hook here. And actually, honestly, the individual with the biggest beef here is your fellow Republican from Washington Township, Steve Pacraduni, who said yesterday, and I quote, I bill $200 less per hour than Attorney Rooney. This is completely unacceptable.
Unacceptable.
Oh my gosh.
Matt Rooney, the time is yours.
First of all, I'm pretty sure Pac owes me money. So Pac, whenever you owe me, you can redirect to the station. Also, if I said this last week, if he would spend the time that he does watching this show actually fixing cars, he could probably fund this entire foundation by himself. I'm thinking this. There's people waiting for brake pads and oil changes, and he's sending videos from 25 years ago to Phil. Like, what the hell is going on over there?
I mean, that's a fair point, Matt Rooney. I gotta.
It's fair criticism. You see, this is deflection. This is classic.
I'd like to reclaim my time.
Right. By the way, you can. So we are only. So I don't know if you've been listening to the show, but we overtook.
I don't listen to the program.
WMMR. We overtook WMMR in donations, so we are in third place right now with $45,495. WMMR's in fourth place with $45,431. By my math, that's like a $64 difference there.
Mm-hmm.
Can you?
What are you saying?
Well, I have an announcement. It's kind of a big announcement.
Big announcement. What? That next year you're not riding with us.
Today's your final Tuesday.
So what I've arranged, and this took a lot of effort, is Steve Packarduni will provide free oil changes for all first responders in the Delaware Valley.
Wow!
Thank you for agreeing to that, Steve, to cover my donation.
Well, I've just received a text because Packarduni, to your point, Rooney, you are correct. He's listening. He says Matt is not wrong. LOL. I'm not sure if that's in regards to listening to this show for too long or the fact that he owes you money. But I'm thinking
probably a little both.
If he owes you money, I think you should collect and then take a little sliver of that, because I'm assuming it's a nice lump sum, and then you just donate it to our first responders.
Well, we could do a live on Steve's lawn in Washington Township as I collect the money. That's what we could do.
We'll send Captain Kirk down with the video recorder.
Yeah. Bring the whole crew. You know, who was it that was last time you guys had a live in Jersey? They were sleeping outside with their shirt off.
Yeah, that was Road Warrior.
It was Road Warrior.
It was Road Warrior. Yeah. Road Warrior can sleep on Steve's lawn.
Yeah.
Get a tan. We'll make it a whole thing.
Road Warrior invented tan maxing.
Right.
Yeah.
All right. So I guess you're deflecting again. I got you.
Look at this.
I got you.
No, the check will show up, and then when it does, it'll be a nice surprise.
Wow.
Okay.
It's like, oh, wow.
Well, you did say you kind of pulled a Schumer.
It's like on Tuesdays, whatever time you show up, it's a nice surprise. Some say 8:30, some say 9 o'clock. In the world of Matt Rooney, it doesn't matter. Numbers are just arbitrary, right?
That's correct.
Right.
See, it's of course the funny part about this is too, and you're all parents. I know that some of the listeners think I was laying in bed until 15 minutes ago and rolled over. I've been up for like 3 hours arguing about princess dresses this morning. Have you ever gotten a 4-year-old girl dressed in the morning?
Oh yeah. Try 2 at one time.
He's got twin daughters.
I mean, it's just it's craziness.
Mm-hmm.
And how old are your kids again, Rooney? They're widowed.
7, 4, and then the other one on the way. So we're gonna have 3 under 8 very soon.
Gosh.
Are you done after this now?
Once you've had 3, you've already lost your mind. That's what they say. Just go for 4.
Just gonna keep going.
Well, I mean, Nick, you know better. It's never up to us as the man.
Hell, I got 2 at once. You think that was a shock to the system?
Yeah. I mean, I do want to do what apparently the popular way to go about this is, which is schedule a vasectomy for March Madness. Apparently, that is the most popular time of the year to get snipped.
Yeah.
Right. Which makes sense, right? You get a few days at home.
Yeah.
I could be on time for those shows.
Right.
If you'd like.
You get sports
Just
overload.
me sitting on a night.
Next thing you know.
Me sitting on an ice pack.
Yeah. Next thing you know, you're asking yourself this question.
I mean, why is everybody so horny here?
Exactly. I don't know, Bobes.
That's right, and I can work on my Fauci diary too while I'm.
I'm so glad. I'm so glad you brought that up. I want to get your opinion on the Fauci diary. By the way, if you're just tuning in, you're a late riser like Matt Rooney is. You show up whenever you want to. Nick did his big take on that, so go back on the Odyssey app and listen. It's Chapter 2. Chapter 2 in the Chapter 2 in the Odyssey app. Joe Kernan from CNBC puts Dr. Scott Gottlieb on the spot over the Fauci diaries. Because, Gottlieb has defended Fauci over the years. Let's roll this.
How about your buddy,
explosive
your buddy Fauci, that I've asked you about in the past? You've defended him quite a bit.
Look, I mean, I don't know what you're referring to in terms of defending
I've asked him about whether he orchestrated a cover-up of the lab origin because of his involvement in making gain-of-function research possible again in China, which he did. He knew that would come back to haunt him, and then basically told his colleagues, go with the natural origin. It was obvious 3 years ago, Scott, to me anyway, and everybody else, that he orchestrated that.
Yeah, look, we've talked about this in the show. I think the evidence in terms of whether this was human or naturally derived, I think the side of the ledger that speaks to this potentially coming out of a lab has grown over time. And we haven't had any new evidence suggesting that this came out of a natural origin or spillover.
The latest stuff that came out about him,
it was disappointing.
Didn't he know that it was likely it was from the lab and go to great lengths and tell people to destroy emails?
Well, look, I've looked through the emails, some of them that have been online. I think it's disappointing to see him trying to suppress alternative opinions, and that clearly was evidence from the emails. I thought it was disappointing. The part of it that also disappointed me was how much he enjoyed the media associated with the event and his own appearances. I think a lot of us went on to media out of a sense of obligation. It was a hard time for all of us. I know it was a hard time for you. I think a lot of us felt an obligation to inform the public, and it wasn't particularly enjoyable. I mean, I got a lot of threats. Others did associated with that. And so to see those emails where he is evidencing some pleasure in the notoriety he achieved, that's disappointing.
It's not just, it's just outrageous if you read the diary entries. It's tough to take.
Yeah, he didn't expect it. I don't know how he was speaking to his own diary.
Does having a reputation totally in the toilet at 85 years, does that hold him to account for what he was responsible for?
The Tony Fauci I saw in those emails is not the Tony Fauci I knew over the years. I mean, he was a guy who was sober, who was careful about his public appearances and his statements, was always very thoughtful.
Could you figure out the obsession with mainstream media in defending him, and Jake Tapper having multiple dinners and best friends, and what did that come from? And I know people around here that
this is uncomfortable,
man.
Tony Fauci a hero.
How dare right-wing CNBC do this?
They don't know why.
How people perceive. I think different people had different emotions around
mask, shutdown, the whole.
Look, it was a difficult time, Joe, as you know very well, and I think people were looking for a voice that they can cling to. Maybe they.
I am science. That's why people don't like me. I mean, that was. You're very guarded and nice.
Yeah. You're puss.
I was disappointed by the emails, I have to admit.
Well, we'll see what happens on Wednesday. Rand Paul's been right all along.
He's held these. I suspect that Senator Paul held on to these emails and had them for a while and dropped them now ahead of this hearing. And
Gets a break. Heart out. Those, 3, 2, 1, and we're out.
Wow.
Rooney, your thoughts?
Notice how it's Rand Paul's fault for revealing accurate statements from Dr. Fauci. I'll be honest with you. My initial reaction to all of this is we are constantly being told by our friends on the left that Donald Trump is a rank narcissist. Yet in all of his personal interactions, the people that actually have worked with him over the years love the guy. You never hear anything about this from Donald Trump one-on-one away from the cameras. Well, now we know the real Dr. Fauci. And how was this monster enabled? He was enabled by the media.
Yeah.
He was enabled by the left, which is in league with the media. I mean, how many magazine covers did we have to look at when we were standing in line at the grocery store with masks on?
On the blue dot.
Right, exactly. Yeah, can't get closer than 6 feet, right? Because COVID knows if it's 5 feet and 11 inches.
And it knows not to get you from 11 p.m. to 2 a.m. when bars and restaurants stayed open extra when there's a big event in town. So you won't get COVID there because they know money's to be made by the city.
100%. So at a time when we're debating socialism and communism versus capitalism and a free market system, all this stuff's connected. I think we have to keep in mind that this is one of the reasons why those systems are evil, because they attract people that aren't rooted to anything, community, religion, family. They're always looking for the next demigod. They're always looking for the next anchor, right? And they're much more susceptible to real cults of personality. And in this case, it wasn't a victimless crime, right? The media set this guy up. And how many millions of people. Forget about those that died in the nursing homes. We've talked about that a ton. How many kids now will never be normal? Because they miss key years of socialization. The next time you see a teenager walking down the street with their nose in a phone that's unable to meet your eye line and have an adult conversation, it's because Dr. Fauci and his ilk bullied people into keeping those kids home in front of screens, locked away from the rest of their peers for not days, not weeks, not months, in some cases, years. So there is not a dungeon deep and dark enough for this guy, right? Mamdani was trying to figure out how to arrest Netanyahu. This guy is a war criminal in my mind, except he's an American that declared war on his own country.
I said earlier in the big take that he is the biggest violator of human rights in the United States of America in the modern age of politics, existence. But I don't want to hear about Trump. I don't want to hear about Biden. I don't want to hear about the media. This guy right here. And I'm still enamored, Rooney, and I don't know if this kind of resonates with you or not, but the people that are offended and outraged and pissed at the truth being reported, they're more angry about that than the actual fraud, deception, and lies that were perpetrated by the violators themselves, whether it's hospice fraud, whether it's daycare fraud, whether it's Medicare, Medicaid fraud. These people are more angry at the Nick Shirleys. You mentioned Rand Paul. Rand Paul, if you kind of lift the curtain on the corruption, they're more mad at you for doing that than the ones that are committing the corruption. It's upside down world.
Yeah. Well, look, this is how true cults of personality work. Not to be glib about it, Nick, but we had to drop 2 nuclear bombs on Japan to get them to stop worshiping their emperor, right? This is where we're at. The leftism is a religion, and Fauci for a period of years was their high priest. So I don't know what we could possibly reveal about him at this upcoming hearing. I think it's tomorrow, right? Wednesday?
Yes.
He's going to be on Capitol Hill. I don't know what we could find out about him that would get some of these folks to stop believing him, because it's an article of faith. It's not anything that's rooted in fact. Ironically, just like Fauci's concocted medical advice, which hurt a lot of people.
Yeah,
it did. And especially here, where we were, if not the strictest in the nation, certainly one of the top 3 strictest in the city of Philadelphia, but surrounding counties as well. And you well remember that the different county directors were pressuring each other. We know that now through my friend Meg Brock in Bucks County, right? She was trying to figure out why Bucks County, all of a sudden, first they said, we can open things up. Oh, nope, we're going to change. How did that pressure come down? And really it was like trickle down Fauci fake news. And so we all suffered. I had a question for you because you're an attorney. And so do we have civil discourse? We were my kids were damaged. My family was damaged. We were damaged. There were many people lost their businesses and never got a raise, lost their job, etc. He could be sued civilly, even though I know federal employees usually have a lot of protection. But is there a case to be made to sue him privately, civilly?
I wish. So generally speaking, it's hard for an individual citizen to sue the government based on policy unless you can show that the harm is specific to you. Now, of course, you and I can sit here and probably find a million cases, Dawn, of that young person who had to go into therapy because of the lockdown, or some kid that maybe had an adverse reaction to a vaccine. Of course, we have to be able to demonstrate causation, and that's what remains controversial, even though you and I may think the body of evidence is pretty overwhelming. Also remember, even though that's civil, now we're talking criminal, Biden's auto pen decided to give Fauci a pardon, which could insulate him on that side of the ledger, which is why, on the criminal side, which is why Rand Paul keeps harping correctly on the fact that Fauci probably lied to Congress.
Yeah.
Because that would be a crime that was committed after the auto pen. However the auto pen works, I don't know where it keeps its brain, but it decided to let him off the hook for all his many crimes.
Yeah, and you talk about the Rand Paul aspect and the perjury. I was reading one of these, notable attorneys. It's not Jonathan Turley, but they wrote, Dr. Fauci's diary entries provide strong evidence he knew he was lying under oath in his testimony to Congress. But perjury is hard to prove based on testimony alone because it requires evidence that the testifier knew that the statements that were being made by him were lies. So is that accurate? Is the diary a smoking gun, or is that just like, well, it might prove it, but like in a court of law, this is going nowhere?
Well, I think what it does is it provides a roadmap for the questioning on Wednesday, because let's not lose sight of what the most important thing here is. Like, yes, we know that this guy has little man's syndrome, right? He's a monster. He's a narcissist, but there are plenty of narcissists out there. Not every narcissist may have helped fund gain of function research that resulted in millions of deaths and all of this other, all these other social calamities that we're talking about on the radio this morning. So that's the key. Rand Paul's a surgeon. With the precision of a surgeon and his colleagues, need to demand answers to Fauci on that question. So using that diary as a roadmap, because now we know that he was coercive, right? He didn't behave like a colleague to his fellow scientists. He tried to force them and cajole them into doing what he wanted. Can they create that connection? And if Fauci lies at any point during that question, then they got the SOB.
Does he take the fifth? Does he plead the fifth?
I think he has too much ego and arrogance to plead the fifth. I think he will go out kicking and screaming and say, no, you're twisting my words and you're taking things out of context. Yeah, I don't see him pleading the fifth.
If you're his lawyer, do you tell him to plead the fifth?
My legal nerd fantasy here is a code red situation from A Few Good Men, because I think, Nick, you're absolutely right. He's so arrogant. So just like Jack Nicholson's character, Colonel
can't
Jessup.
handle the truth.
Right, you want me at the CDC. You need me at the CDC,
Yeah,
right? Like I think that's kind of Fauci's attitude. I think you're right. So, I mean, if he does, of course, then I think he recognizes that this deified image of himself may be destroyed forever. Because rightly or wrongly, when you plead the fifth in something this public perception hardens that you're hiding something.
Correct.
All right, let's roll this. Beefin. B-E-E.
F-I-N.
Finn.
Drop the G.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Please make sure you're hitting the like button. Like and subscribe. What are you doing? You're watching us without subscribing?
Who does that?
Who does that? All right, let's roll this, Phil.
You ain't gonna kill an A-Rap, is
An A-Rap?
I'll kill anybody else. Yeah, I will kill anybody on my past. You know what I'm talking about.
Is this guy filming sideways?
Talking about.
Oh, man,
whoa.
look at that.
Oh, he's already out.
Yeah.
He's done. That's it. Yep.
What is this, inside of a... Is this inside of some sort of
restaurant?
Fast food establishment? Oh, he's standing up
Oh my gosh.
on the table.
We've got Tim's on the table.
Tim's on the... there's two of them now. Two of them now getting going after the guy in the highlighter colored shirt.
Are they garbage workers or landscapers?
I don't know.
They're
Not
dressed
exactly Mensa members.
No. Oh, gee, look at this.
Look at this fight.
He's getting banged on like a tambourine.
What does that say?
Oh, God. So, look at this. We've got one guy that's getting choked out. He's out. And the guy holding the chokehold, he's out.
Man.
This is like Animal Thunderdome, where like a python swallows another snake.
The guy has the shirt off, too, now.
Jeez.
Don't play with me. I swear to
By the way,
God.
there's nobody there at the restaurant.
No.
I lied.
Yeah, people are running away. Can you imagine you just want to go in there for a burger or whatever it is? And
You see what I'm doing? I'm just over here chilling.
This is but it's so low. I mean, it's violent, but it's slow moving.
It really is.
This is like
now both of them have their
This
shirts
is like
off.
like a bad heavyweight boxing match. Where
Right.
you got two big slobs, just like Butterbean against. Look at this. We still have 2 minutes left, folks.
Wow. People are filming, but they're trying to get out of there, too.
For those not watching, we now have men
Watch out. Give me that. Yeah, just in case. Don't touch my girl.
We have men with all sorts of female body parts that are bouncing around.
Women walking around with their boobies dangling.
No, we got men walking around with their boobies dangling.
What I want to eat.
Where are the employees of the restaurant?
Matthew Bartlett on the YouTube chat says, notice everything is bolted to the floor. Yeah. The American Dream in 2020. Oh,
again!
Oh, he knocks him down.
Again!
Oh, man. Wow, that was a hit.
And notice the restaurant employees are all behind like glass.
Yeah.
Where's this in Compton?
This is. Where's my friend 91 LS Extra? The American Dream in 2026 is not living near this.
Right.
There you go.
We got a chick filming. She's in booth 3.
Look at this.
Still hasn't gotten her fries. And I don't think she'll be getting them anytime soon. Look at this. There's still 45 seconds left.
Right.
This is unreal.
Yeah. They're both topless.
And now this guy with the do-rag, he's resurfaced. He's kind of out on his feet, throwing half-assed haymakers.
You're right about Nick about the 40+ heavyweight championship.
Yes.
You know what I mean? It's like George Foreman out of his prime.
Yes, this is what George Foreman and Larry Holmes would have looked like.
I was just going to say
if
that.
they ever fought in 2005.
Oh, that's good.
Oh, God.
Oh, that's great.
Oh man, Gary, this is some of your best work.
Agreed.
3.5 minutes of slow motion fighting.
Agreed. And
now everybody's kind of
as far as fights go, this is the best actual fight because most of them technically aren't, right? It's just people rolling around, slapping, yelling.
Right.
There were actual moves here. At one point, it was professional wrestling because there was a double team, one guy going up on the top rope.
Yep.
Then it turned into this super heavyweight boxing match. Yep. Boobies on top of boobies, actually.
Well, and speaking of boobies, then they got up and they left.
They're kicking their boobies down the street.
And they went to the next establishment.
God.
Yeah.
There you go.
I mean, look, I'm part of the Dad Bod Club. I think you are too, Mr. Kale. You said that before.
Card-carrying member since 24.
Not Greg.
But when you're a man and your breasts have breasts, that's when it's time to take a shot.
Right. I mean, there's moves.
Do something.
And then there's other things that I can't even say on radio.
Right.
Yes.
All right, let's step aside, take a break. We in that 30-minute segment we ended up playing 2 clips, but well worth it. We will go through rapid fire the Fight Club or the cut sheet on the other side with Matt Rooney.
That's right, Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Cancer. If you've been diagnosed recently, it doesn't have to be as devastating as it may seem. Chances are you didn't just get cancer recently. What you need to do is visit the team at Innovative Medical Associates. Dr. Molly Fantasia, the PhD doctor and founder of Innovative Medical Associates, has helped hundreds over the years with her unique hydration protocols geared specifically to cancer support. The team is comprised of Dr. Molly Fantasia and her doctors, plus her outstanding nursing staff. With almost 30 years in practice, Innovative Medical Associates can help you navigate the journey through cancer and beyond. To set up your initial complimentary consultation, contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505, 856-489-0505, or visit their website, innovativemedicalassociates.com. That's innovativemedicalassociates.com. Make that appointment, and you'll be on your way to treating cancer as only Innovative Medical Associates knows how.
Well, it's official. My friends have all switched to Pure Talk because I told them they could save a bunch of money on a super reliable high-speed network with unlimited data. And because they're my friends, they trust me. As for the rest of you, well, Pure Talk understands that even though you might like me, you're not just going to take my word for it, nor should you. For that reason, and for a very limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited plan that normally sells for $65 a month. Think of it like a test drive, a super simple way to save $150 while you kick the tires on Pure Talk's blazing fast network, and a fine way to see for yourself why I switched from Big Wireless, along with a few 100,000 of my closest friends. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe. and be connected to Pure Talk's friendly U.S. customer service team. Again, dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and let the savings begin.
Experience matters, especially when you're making an investment in your next vehicle. At Lexus of Cherry Hill, they've built their reputation the right way. Veteran and family owned and operated, and recognized as an 8-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence for the customer sales experience. From the refined Lexus RX to the powerful and capable GX, you'll find performance, luxury, and reliability in every model. Visit Lexus of Cherry Hill in Mount Laurel or lexusofcherryhill.com. Lexus of Cherry Hill, doing business the right way. For J.D. Power of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Craving real barbecue? Head to Henry's Hots Barbecue in Folsom, New Jersey. Voted Best of South Jersey Barbecue for 14 years. Open Friday through Sunday from noon till 7. Featuring St. Louis-style ribs, beef brisket, burgers, and an all-you-can-eat buffet every Sunday. Dine inside, relax outside, grab takeout, or let Henry's Hots cater your next event with full-service catering. Find them at 1003 Black Horse Pike in Folsom or visit bestbbqsj.com. Henry's Hots Barbecue. Real Texas-style barbecue done right.
Summer's the season for fresh starts, and nothing transforms your home like a brand new kitchen. Since 1979, Kitchen Magic in Nazareth has been a family business built on quality and true craftsmanship. This summer, we're making it easier than ever. Save 40% on installation, plus flexible financing to fit any budget. 4 decades of local families have trusted us to get it right. Now it's your turn. Visit kitchenmagic.com and make this the summer your kitchen finally gets the upgrade it
lives here. On Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
We are back on a Tuesday, a Rooney Tuesday, in fact. As we continue, Kayal and Company, Matt Rooney with us, cleaning out the Tuesday hopper of what's on the cut sheet, just about 20 minutes away. 8-share with the music, Dawn with the big 3. Dawn show coming up in less than 30.
Don Lemon sat down and interviewed Hunter Biden.
Oh my God.
The winner's circle.
I mean,
well, actually, I think Hunter Biden sat down with Nick Fuentes and did an interview with him.
Yeah?
Yeah.
What do you think the deal is with Hunter?
What do you mean?
He needs a new grift. People don't have an incentive to buy his crappy art anymore.
Very true. Very true. You think he's actually going to run?
No.
You know, in a weird way, but I don't want this to be a compliment because it's not, because he's a deadbeat dad, and the whole Navy Gene Roberts thing rubs me the wrong way. He may be, like, in a perfect fantasy hypothetical world, he would be the most relatable, normal dude the Democrats could trot out.
Oh, I said that. I said that in 2020,
right?
2024, whatever. They tried to run the wrong Biden.
Look, I'm not
they
trying
should
to
run Hunter.
I'm not trying to normalize doing whatever. What was he doing? It was crack. It was the crack pipe, right?
Right.
That's not what normal people do. But I'm just saying, Hunter Biden's kind of gotten around. He's kind of been with a lot of women. Lived a hard rock style life. It's, perhaps more relatable than Mayor Pete or J.B. Pritzker or,
right.
Gavin Newsom. I'm just saying. Not that that's a high bar, but just a thought.
All right, so he asked, Don Lemon asked him about Jake Tapper's book, because Jake Tapper, in that book that nobody read, he very famously went after Hunter Biden.
Man, this is deep. We've got Don interviewing Hunter about Jake.
Right. All right, let's roll this, Phil.
Were you friends with Jake Tapper?
No. No, well, I knew Jake forever. I've known Jake for 25 years.
How'd you feel about the book?
Look, here's what I'd like to say about that.
Uh-oh.
God, he sounds like his dad.
Yeah.
I think that Jake is a complete and utter.
Wow.
I think that he is. I think that he is a really poor journalist, and beyond that, I don't think he's a very decent human being.
Wow.
As a person, I don't like Jake. And so I guess what normally someone, when asked a question like that, like me, is supposed to say is like, oh, well, here's how I feel about it. I think he's full of That's what I think.
You think Jake Tapper's full of
I think he is the Brick Tamlin of his generation. Yeah. Yeah.
I know Jake is a former colleague. But...
Oh, I know you do. Yeah. And I don't know what you think of Jake, but I do know this, is that what Jake espoused and has continued in the way that he has spoken about me, the way he has spoken about my mother, the way that he has spoken about my father, the idea that I would tell you and be full of like everybody else usually is and say, well, I'd like to respect Jake's long career in journalism and, he's done good things before. You know what? I don't have to say that. I'm not running for anything. I'm certainly not running for class president, and I'm not running to be the most popular man on TV. And so that's the way I feel about Jake, because I have a real personal grievance with him.
What would you say to him if you...
Oh, exactly. I don't have to say. I'd say exactly what I just said. Yeah.
You said.
And I have. Jake, I do not like you. I don't like you at all, and I have a whole host of reasons why, and that's final. There you go. Looking directly into the camera. Yeah.
Wow.
By the way, Don Lemon's a little snake too.
Yeah,
because he was
just giggling there.
He was a colleague of Jake Tapper, and you can say what you will about Jake Tapper, but ever since Lemon has left or was fired from CNN, he's thrown all of his former colleagues under the bus.
Yep. True.
Absolutely. What a low life scumbag he is.
Got to generate interest in clicks, right?
He didn't say any, and he knew exactly what he was doing by asking Hunter Biden that. Yeah. He wanted that response.
Yep.
He was coy about his friendship or his relationship or whatever with his former colleague.
Yep.
And he sat there and said nothing.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know if Jake Tapper's a bad person. Don't really care, to be honest. I don't think he is very talented. Now, is he a good journalist? Honestly, in this day and age of bought and paid for propagandist media on both sides, I don't think anybody is practicing true journalism, because true journalism, in my opinion, and Dawn, I'll defer to you as the Emmy Award-winning journalist, should be facts, 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 and just partisan slants be damned. Do your due diligence, dig, get a second, get a third source, and report it regardless of who politically will be offended by it or say that that's BS. Like I said earlier in the Big Take, and Dawn, I don't know if you agree with this or not, but I don't know that there's a better journalist out there than Catherine Herridge right now. And she obviously had the whole breakdown with the CIA whistleblower on Fauci and COVID, and that's why I wanted to play a little bit of that. But when you're getting a big check from these networks that have agendas, I don't know that it's true journalism. Maybe the best journalists are independent, or maybe at a local level where it's not so much about the bias.
She was always good. She was great at Fox. And so I think...
Was she at CBS as well?
Well, she's I don't know where she was before Fox. She was at Fox a long time.
Okay.
As the Pentagon cover. But she made incredible sources. While during those years that she was, working at Fox Network, and so she has great sources. I mean, over the years, she made those connections, and obviously built upon it.
Yeah.
This one's for Nick. This is Tiger Woods' son Charlie.
Oh, I saw this.
He was playing in the Junior Amateur Championship playoff in Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
He was playing golf, obviously. And there was an iPhone camera going off in the middle of a swing, and he chastised the guy for
learned well from his dad
for doing this. I was just going to say that he has the same temper as his father.
Yep.
Roll this.
Really, dude? I mean, right in the swing.
Yep. Here it comes.
Really, dude? I mean, right in the swing.
Yeah.
As soon as he swings,
it is distracting. But dude, that was a bad shot by you.
It was a bad shot.
Yeah, you're in really thick grass. Stop blaming them. Now, if somebody yells, or if you're ever playing in a public or a private course, and somebody drives by on an open road and blares the horn as they're like 50 yards away from you, I think that's a jerk move. Normally, your buddy will be like, "Yeah, hit another one, man. That was totally uncalled for." But nah, Charlie's a little entitled little punk.
Charlie Woods was later eliminated after making a bogey on the opening playoff hole, ending his tournament run.
That was local. I want to say that was around here.
It was in Pennsylvania.
Really?
Yeah, that's all it says.
Okay.
I'm not sure where. It's the U.S. Junior Amateur Championship.
Okay. Yeah, I think that might have been, it might be Saucon Valley or Aronimink, Marion. It's somewhere in this listening area, I think.
Gavin Newsom bemoans politics being injected into everything, like sports.
This guy. Oh, and it's on the Gavin Newsom podcast.
Yes, of course. Of course. This is what he does.
Pot me kettle.
Yeah, exactly. Roll this.
Is politics? Don't we also need just politics has infected every part of our life, hasn't it?
Yes.
I mean, we talked about Trump. We were talking about obviously the world. I mean, I used to love sports because it wasn't political. It was one place to take a brief breath. Now it's everything's political. We can't have a conversation in our lives. I mean, fishing is political. Fill in the blank, whatever the issue is.
It has.
Now it's become. I mean, is that also something we need to start to address?
No, yeah. I mean, it's not Republicans that started this. It's not like Republicans went out of their way to interject politics into sports. It's when the left decided that they were going to clutch their pearls and virtue signal and make resistance against the national anthem with Kaepernick. The WNBA apparently decided not to do the 250 patch for their All-Star game to celebrate this country. Where, honest to God, Rooney, only in America can you run a business for 3 decades, not make a profit, be subsidized, and still have employees making good salaries. They should be grateful that they were subsidized and they were basically given handouts for 30 years.
It's a star-spangled miracle. But you're right. I mean, the entire point of DEI, wokeness, however you want to conceptualize it, is that there are these structures embedded in our society that oppress everyone except for wealthy white men. And because they believe that, the left has attacked every single institution in an effort to eliminate these imaginary structures. And sports is one area in which they've done it. So instead of just being able to watch a game, every time I watch an NFL game, it's this month, it's this week. My favorite players are wearing a color that has nothing to do with their team's colors in order to make someone feel better about themselves. We didn't do this. Your team did this, Gavin. So if you don't like it, take some ownership for it and call it out. And look, it may not make him more popular in California, guys, but it actually might make him a more competitive 2028 candidate were he willing to do that. Of course, we know he won't. No. But wouldn't it be nice?
And of course, he'll go any way the wind blows. If socialism's the flavor of the week, he'll embrace that. I mean, he'll do what he is. I've never seen somebody not in the Oval Office so desperate to get there. Like, I actually think there are some things Shapiro won't budge on, right? Dawn talked about it yesterday, Pennsylvania Passover. He's never going to be anti-Israel, pro-Palestine, on down the list. Like, there are some things that are, like, non-negotiable. Gavin Newsom, he could be swayed on anything. He's been running a shadow campaign for 5 years.
Right. How's he polling these days?
You know what?
Not well, right?
I think he actually polls like okay in California.
Does he?
I want to say he's in like the mid 40s.
Really?
Yeah, like 44%, something like that.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Which again, like we talk about Shapiro, you say what you want about Shapiro, he polls very well in Pennsylvania.
Sean Farish made reference to this on Friday, I believe. This Haley Stevens, who's running in Michigan, about her voice. Well, she addressed this. Calling them those cool kids on the internet doing the cool kids chatter, making fun of how I talk.
I've never heard her talk.
Roll this.
Okay, some of you have seen, there's those cool kids on the internet.
Oh, boy. Man.
They're doing the cool kid chatter.
Oh, boy.
Some of them might be the coastal elites.
Clyburn.
Making fun of how I talk. Not okay.
She needs to be spoofed
Says my governor.
on SNL.
But let's be real. They're making fun of Michigan.
Uh-oh.
They're thinking they're better than us. And what they don't know,
oh boy,
is I am your voice.
Mm-hmm.
And their jokes and
Let's hope not.
Let's hope not.
only makes me fight harder.
Wow.
Good God. Now, it seemed like she sounds different towards the end than when she started.
Yeah, that's actually a good point.
That?
Yeah.
Like she's embellishing it a little bit.
Started over a little bit.
She's playing into it here.
Okay, some of you have seen,
don't you know?
those cool kids on the internet.
Got all these kids on
She
TikTok.
sounds like we represent the
doing
Lollipop Guilds.
The Lollipop Kids.
Some of them might be the coastal elites. Making fun of how I talk.
How I talk.
Not okay. Not okay, Dawn.
Says my governor.
All right. There you go.
I mean, she makes Katie Porter seem sane.
Right.
You know what?
I could do voiceover work.
Oh
She
my
could.
God.
She could do Lisa Simpson.
Yeah, I was just going to say she should be a Simpsons voice.
Yep. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
I've been saying that the Democrats' biggest issue amongst many is they can't find a relatable dude. All they trot out is psychotic broads, too.
Right.
It really is the party of just the wackadoos.
Yeah.
There's just nobody that's normal. Like, look at Clyburn at 102 years old in the back, giggling. James Clyburn. Oh, God.
Well, Dr. Phil McGroin brings up, why is Clyburn in Michigan? I mean...
Mm-hmm.
Well, I guess he still has a little stroke in the party. I don't know. Yeah. I thought those guys were persona non grata.
No, I guess not.
The Carvilles, the Axelrods.
They don't have a lot of stars that aren't communists, right? I mean, if you're running in a relatively normal state like Michigan and you're trying to pose as somebody that believes in capitalism and free markets and freedom, I mean, who do you go to?
No.
AOC, Mamdani, Bernie Sanders.
Yeah.
I believe, not to take this conversation too far another direction, despite the fact that President Trump's approval numbers in most polls aren't great right now, it's a midterm. The Republicans should be losing 40 seats. The congressional ballot is still pretty damn tight.
It is.
Reuters had only a Democrat +2 advantage the other day.
Yeah.
I think it's because people are just looking at these Democrats and thinking you're psychotic. I can't get around this. That most people don't end up moving out of a relationship until they've already got something else lined up.
Right.
I think that's where the American people are right now. They don't love the Republicans, but the Democrats are not too appetizing.
That's what I said earlier. I said they're the smellier of the two stinky options, and they really are. And they don't learn. You would think after loss after loss after loss, you would say, okay, we need to pivot towards and maybe do a U-turn back towards sanity. They keep going further and further crazy. That's the wild part. And you nailed it with all of these people, whether it's Clyburn. I mean, some of these people they're kind of relegated to championing and propping up the wackadoos because they've commandeered the party at this point.
They're hostages.
They are. They are.
All right, we should take a break. I will pick up the cut sheet more tomorrow, but we have to get to news with Dawn's Big Three, and we have to get to Phil.
That's right. Wow. And Kayal and Company will be back after this.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life.
Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2026 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-323-8922. 800-323-8922. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-323-8922.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. After 15 years and over 50,000 cancellations, I can tell you with confidence, we know how to get you out of your timeshare. Call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit guide absolutely free with all your options for cancellation. Attorneys, this was meant to be funny, so please don't sue me, especially my friend Kenneth from Black River Falls, Wisconsin.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-838-6767. 800-838-6767. 800-838-6767.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was created intentionally by people who really know what you need to learn another language. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to save up to 50%. Babbel.com.
The summer heat means it's that time of year to crank up the AC again. To keep your home cooling more efficiently and help save you on high energy bills, better go Gaida and finally replace your old drafty, inefficient windows and doors at Gaida Door and Window. Right now, Gaida is offering their best discounts of the year with their big 40% off summer sales event on all expertly installed windows and doors. You'll receive 40% off each window you buy. That's right, 40% off all high-performance, energy-efficient triple pane windows. And you'll receive 40% off any door, including insulated entry doors, patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. Plus, get your project started today with no money down and pay it off interest-free for up to 18 full months. All prior sales excluded. Minimum purchase required. Don't let these big discounts pass you by. Go Guida today to take advantage of these limited time savings by calling to schedule a free in-home estimate at 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com. If you drive a truck, Jeep, SUV, or any vehicle equipped with any and all terrain type tires, this promotion is for you. Right now, during United Tires Terrain Tough Tire event, buy any set of 4 all-terrain or mud terrain tires and save $100 on your tires, plus $50 off a wheel alignment. That's $150 in total savings. United Tire carries the trusted brands you know, backed by honest service and expert technicians who keep you driving with confidence. Visit your neighborhood United Tire today. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $3 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
The Big Three on the way. Dawn Show coming up at the top of the hour as we put a bow on a Tuesday show. Kayal and Company, Nick, Dawn, Greg. Rooney is with us, and 8-Share locked and loaded for today in Music History.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, July 28th, we celebrate the birthday of Jacoby Shaddix from Papa Roach, who's 50. We also lost Dusty Hill from ZZ Top in 2021. Signature Anya by Deep Purple in 93. Wait and Bleed by Slipknot in 99. All for Metal by Doro in 2018. And Hate Worldwide by Slayer in 2009. Album include Hypnotic Eye by Tom Petty in 2014. Sabotage by Black Sabbath in 75. And Down to Earth by Rainbow in 79. Also in 69, police in Moscow reported that thousands of public phone booths had been vandalized after thieves were stealing parts of their phones to convert their acoustic guitars to electric. And in 86, the WFIL studio in Philly, where American Bandstand was filmed, was entered into the U.S. National Registry of Historic Places. But lastly, on this day in 90, Aerosmith would top the mainstream rock chart with The Other Side. For Kayal and Company, I'm Phil Almquist.
There he is, 8-Share with the music, and now news you can use. It's Dawn and her Big Three.
It's the Big Three with Dawn Stensland.
Big Three sponsored today, sponsored by Big City Winery on this Tuesday morning, July the 28th. National Weather Service issuing flash flood alerts throughout the day, expecting flooding, downpours, flash flooding. Be safe, strong winds, maybe even an isolated tornado or two, high of 79 degrees. So beware of that. So our Big Three, I'm actually going to begin in our Big Three with, because it is, dun, 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 it's Shark Week. Officials saying shark sightings right near the Jersey Shore have increased 1,000%. 1,000% sharks in the water. Will you get in?
Cages in the water?
Dun, dun, dun.
Sharks in the water?
That's a very misleading stat,
You're in
Stensland,
the water?
because
Well,
it's
look
up
at this.
1,000%. What it went from 2 to
Well, we have drones
to
nowadays.
6.
We have drones nowadays.
20-footer.
Check this out, though. This
25.
one I thought was incredible. It's actually, they determined this one is an injured shark, but a pretty big shark.
Right.
Kudos to, it's Michael McKenna. He's the one who captured this video. If you keep watching it toward the end, it's about a minute 25. Oh, this is a drone.
Oh.
The other one is actually if you let it go. So
Yeah.
this one is a drone shot capturing an injured Finn cruise, this by Seabright, New Jersey.
Yeah.
And you can see it's swimming steadily. See the fin on the side?
Mhm.
Yeah.
And now we're back to the other one, which is closer in.
Always fascinating when you see the aerial drone view of what's in the water. And if you knew what was in the water, you wouldn't go. You wouldn't go out too far.
Yes.
It's for the best.
I mean,
they're everywhere.
Yeah, I mean the one that you can see, and this is Frank's. This is Seaside Park, New Jersey. This is Frank Viscuso. So Frank he's been a lifeguard for 5 years, and says that because there were people being smart Alex going, well, oh, what a shock, a shark in the ocean. But what his point was. Look at how close to shore this thing. If you keep watching,
is that a great white?
It's a huge. Just keep watching for a second.
Wow,
it's coming in.
Right.
Wait till you see how close it gets, but then you see this thing is huge.
Yep. Right.
They're estimating this is at least it's hard to say, but some estimates saying this is like 13 feet long.
Where is this?
This is a huge. This one's Seaside Park.
Seaside Park.
So J Street and North Ocean Ave, Seaside Park, New
You
Jersey.
have to hire Quint to kill it.
It's pretty close, you guys.
I'll catch a shark.
Right,
Hey,
right.
Need a bigger boat, though.
Be honest. Be honest here. Does anybody watch Shark Week on Discovery?
I love it.
I think it's
We
jumped.
watch it.
I think it's jumped the shark at this point.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, they've been doing it for 20. They've been doing it for 25 years.
Right.
Don't we know everything we need to know? Haven't we seen everything we need to see?
Sharks are pretty cool.
Of course.
I don't want to see one like that close, but
Would you ever go in a shark cage?
no.
No.
Why?
Absolutely not. Do you know
The
how many
close-
people have died in those shark cages?
Oh, stop.
They have.
The closest I get to a shark is at the Camden Aquarium, where you can walk across that bridge and they swim over your head.
Yeah, that's fine.
That's fine.
I went swimming with dolphins once. That was fun.
By the way, Camden Aquarium, very underrated.
Yeah, hard to believe a gem can exist in Camden.
It's a great. That's a great aquarium.
I agree.
It beats the what's the big one? The one down there in Baltimore.
Yeah.
Baltimore. That's
Oh, yes.
Yeah, Camden in the state you're trying to save there, Rooney, is way better.
Yeah, I agree.
There's a few blocks around the waterfront
Agreed.
that aren't Fallujah.
It's true. It's true, and we can thank Dr. Maz and our friends at Cooper for sinking money into that area, right?
Yep. St. Kristen has checked in saying she would go into shark cage.
Well,
Really?
I'm happy to stuff her in one if she wants me to.
Stop.
She lives with you, so she's probably just looking for any
Stop.
escape.
I was going to say comments like that, Nick, are probably why she's
Well,
like,
you wanna
I'll
go,
take
go
my
ahead.
chance.
Knock yourself out.
Right.
With Jaws.
No, odds are you'll be fine.
That's
Odds are.
So let me update really quick because one of my favorite stories of the day we talked about, and this one. Oh, and by the way, let me just say one more thing though to Greg's point.
Yes.
That experts say the reason for shark population increase is the passage of the Marine Mammal Protection Act, which was enacted to preserve certain kinds of sea life. So they are saying that there are policies that helped, save the sharks, if you will.
So,
I also think drones, not for nothing, but they can track them better.
Yep.
They've gotten better at tracking them.
Yep.
So we got that going on.
Okay.
Real quick here, I do want to update this, that we had all of those rescues. Actually, they've upped the numbers from California, and they're now up to 34 people rescued. And this was, in the Pacific, obviously, off the coast of California, because of all of you had, the waves, the huge crashing waves, but they've ID'd now that one 16-year-old heroic lifeguard. And this is the person, this is KSBW Action News 8, speaking with Scott Vanderdusen.
This is the Santa Cruz story
This
we
is
had
the
earlier.
Santa Cruz, the California, as I say, California, Santa Cruz.
Okay.
He's the guy who captured the video you were asking about. I thought it was a female, but it was a guy.
It was
Here's
I've
Scott.
never seen a rescue this intense before.
Look how close
so
this is.
when I saw that unfolding, I just didn't know how it was going to turn out.
What started as a day at the beach quickly turned into a dramatic water rescue. all caught on camera.
It just missed the opening seconds where.
All right, pause it for a second. Pause it for a second. This guy is an able-bodied male who looks he has a decent upper body, right? Yeah. He films instead of getting in there to help.
If the kid's in there by himself drowning and that guy's filming and there's nobody helping, scumbag move. But if the professionals, the trained pros are in there, I don't have any because I wouldn't go in if the lifeguards are already on it. What am I going to offer? I'll probably drown myself.
Well, so is it because somebody on the YouTube chat, I think it was Road Warrior, who was saying that like he believes that like more people in the water who aren't trained, who don't know what they're doing, is actually worse.
I agree.
For the situation.
I would agree.
But like your first instinct as a man is to try and film it. It's not to help.
Well, my first instinct would be, hey, Kristen, why don't you go handle that? I'm going to crack another Corona.
Stop.
Rooney, clearly I'm the only man here.
Yes.
Do you agree with me?
I'm just imagining Nick trying to get her to go in the water. I got this. I'll watch the beach chairs. No, okay, we've talked about this before, right? Like something's
opening.
But, if there's 4 lifeguards out there or 3, really?
Yeah, no.
All hands. So you say all hands on deck?
Yes.
But you're looking at it from a prove your manhood or
the point is though, it should be your instinct to try to help, even
Not
if
to
you
film.
run down to the water and you're knee deep, right? Not to reach for your phone.
Agreed. Thank you, Matt. You said it more eloquently than I did. Can we hear more?
And why? Again, it's because, and someone just said it over in the chat, it's because feminism told us that masculinity is toxic. They don't need our help.
Right.
And this is what you get. Yeah. That's where this ideology leads us to.
Camera.
It just missed the opening seconds where the first lifeguard just fearlessly ran out into those huge waves and did what was needed to bring help to that boy.
For minutes, this lifeguard fought through wave after wave, never letting go of the young boy.
He's a hero.
Yeah.
He should get a Medal of Honor or a huge race, something. He was amazing.
Several bystanders also rushed into the water to help, but the powerful surf quickly knocked them off their feet. Lifeguards say while those efforts are appreciated, they can quickly create even more victims.
I understand the instinct to want to go and help someone, and often the more effective way to help is going to be getting someone who is trained and
not filming
to respond to that.
Well, hold on a second though. Yeah. Like not to second guess the experts, but watching this video, that lifeguard needed help, and I didn't see anybody else running in to help.
No, they did. They did. They formed a human chain.
Okay.
So there were others.
Right, but to Matt's point, this guy, his instinct was to film and not to, hey, let's do that. Like maybe I shouldn't get in the water. Okay, I understand that. But to Dawn's point of when they form the human chain, you absolutely have to at least try and do that. I'm not saying get in the water, and try and Hasselhoff them up.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Them.
But like, yeah, thank you. But if you're watching on YouTube, it's the B-roll is
Mitch Buchanan.
Yeah,
there he
is David Hasselhoff. But you have to at least try and do something, not immediately take out your phone and start filming. I think that's a problem with our society.
Yes. Well, it's Fight Club,
and the fact that a grown, able-bodied, at least I believe, male did that is troubling to me. It just is. Right.
You got that going on. Let's take.
I met the Hoff once.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Was he drunk?
Probably.
Yeah.
He actually hit on my girlfriend
I'm sure he
at the
did.
Hard Rock Casino in Las Vegas.
I'm sure he did.
He was walking through, and he was a gentleman about it.
Right.
If you could be a gentleman in that circumstance.
It's underway at the Capitol Rotunda. And this, of course, to honor the late Senator Lindsey Graham of South Carolina, whose funeral is today. President Trump set to deliver the eulogy of Senator Graham, who's, President Trump obviously has said recently that Graham was like family. We had talked about that. We were a little surprised when he said he was like family to him, a friend, a golf partner. They weren't always as close, but obviously became closer than many of us realized. And so President Trump as well, and the Washington Post, I know this morning was reporting on this, how President Trump publicly and privately, according to sources, has been talking about aging, talking about fate, talking about whether or not he'd go to heaven. And so much of this, related to President Trump and getting into his head as he thinks about, his friend, late Senator Lindsey Graham. Right now, there is a flag draped coffin, Senator Graham's coffin, in the Capitol Rotunda. Obviously, this type of ceremony is only reserved for a few, often presidents.
Yeah, well,
right?
senators never die or leave office anyway, right?
Yeah, so
that's why it is very few and far between.
This is not something we see very often, but it really gave cover, if you will, for Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to be, to travel here first time since the Iran conflict has begun. As well, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is here. He'll be meeting with President Trump. And so under the umbrella of this funeral, and President Trump will be delivering the eulogy. So we'll watch for that one. This is going to be a long ceremony, obviously.
Do you think he'll say what he said on Fox and Friends this morning about Lindsey Graham, where he said that Lindsey Graham was a big fan of war? He says, quote, "I mean, Lindsey liked war, to be honest with you. Okay, I said, you're a nice guy. How come you like war so much? He was a guy that liked war," Trump said. "I jokingly say, and there's nothing funny about it, but he's never seen a war he didn't like. He was very much into that, and for good reasons, he felt that way."
Very fitting.
I wonder if that's his eulogy and tribute to Lindsey Graham.
Do you find it to be?
Well, we'll find out.
Is there irony to that? That the fact that Lindsey Graham, obviously was very pro-war, passes away, funeral today. Is it just coincidence that Netanyahu and Zelensky are here scheduling wise, or is there some tie-in between that?
No, this is why they're here.
This is okay.
This gave cover to why they're
Gotcha.
here.
Okay, just wanted to clarify.
So a moment ago, and this is South Carolina's Congresswoman representative. She's speaking right now, Shari Biggs, I should say. So you're going to have multiple speakers, and that's going to lead up to, and many obviously doing the viewing, and then at some point later today, President Trump delivering the eulogy. So a lot of pomp and circumstance as they're now in the Capitol Rotunda. So.
Yeah. We have a little bit of Trump on Fox and Friends this morning talking about Lindsey Graham.
Lindsey liked war, to be honest with you, okay? I said, you're a nice guy. How come you like war so much? He was a guy that liked war. I jokingly say, and there's nothing funny about it, but he's never seen a war that he didn't like. He was very much into that, and for good reason. He felt that way. Some other people feel that way, but he was very much very strong on the military. And I built a great military, and he helped me. We built it during my first term, and we use it now. But I built a great military.
Remind me never to have Trump do my eulogy.
Oh man, he'd bury me.
Good
Well,
God.
that was not the eulogy. He was just calling into Fox and Friends. I will point out
that's his ability to just ad lib and spitball on the fly.
Yeah, sure. Okay, great.
I mean, honestly,
but there was something profound in there, though, right, Nick? Which is that, listen, I don't always agree with this man, but he was still my friend, and I appreciated that his heart was in the right place. Yeah. Lindsey was a cold warrior, right? Like Senator Graham really did believe that America should intervene overseas to try to fight for the cause of right. Now, did I entirely agree with that? No, I'm more of a let the situation dictate. But it goes to show you that President Trump is a more complex person and decision maker than a lot of people want to give him credit
for. See, I look at it the other way. I think it just shows the normalcy. Like, that would be me. I would be busting my best friend's balls, roasting him.
That's true, too.
Even on the day of his funeral.
Okay.
Like, if you're going to give me the opportunity to give a speech on one of my friends passing away, I'm going to be serious for a moment, but I'm also going to add some levity to it as well. Like, I think that's one of Trump's more underrated, charming traits is that he can make something. He can take something that's very serious, which is death, unexpected death on top of it, and make light of. And there's going to be people that say, "Well, that was uncalled for." There's going to be people who say, "Yeah, he was a war hawk." There's going to be people like, "I did agree with him on the war." So, I like that part.
Yeah. I mean,
very true.
Two things I'll say. So locally, Logan Funeral Homes, those are all my in-laws. And so when they have a family funeral, they're funny. They do exactly what you just said, Nick, because humor is, and laughter, depending on the family, it's their own family, but it's healing.
Yeah, it could also be therapeutic.
Yeah,
I agree.
And deals with a lot. I will say the craziest one, and I won't name her, but at Fox, there was an executive producer got up there during a eulogy of somebody big in town and then talked about, and we had a lesbian romance and relationship. We were married to other people. It's like, oh my goodness. So sometimes you don't want that to go that far.
Mm-hmm.
That was kind of my craziest experience. But yeah, we'll see what President Trump says about the late Senator Lindsey Graham. But I do think there's a part of this that makes him, because it was such a shocker in his early 70s, and he had just come back from the big trip with Zelensky, right? Just met with Zelensky and was talking about all of this. I think it was just nobody imagined that would happen.
Could you imagine, 17, 18 years from now, when I drop dead on the air, how Stalker's going to eulogize me?
Oh, it's going to be great.
As we're in year 26 of Kayal and Company.
Would Gregory Stalker deliver the eulogy?
It's going to be great.
His first sentence is going to be, he got fatter every year he worked for me.
I'm not the one who, I never make fun of that, by the way. You're the one who makes fun of that for yourself.
I know, it makes me feel better about myself.
Thank
you. Right.
Who are we kidding? He's going to make Jimmy Kelly do the eulogy.
And produce it.
Thank you, Dan.
Yes.
Dan.
Yeah, Dan, thank you for that video of David Hasselhoff drunk eating a cheeseburger. Yeah. By the way, that was his daughter that filmed that.
Really?
Yeah,
oh, really?
To kind of show him, Dad, you might have a problem.
Yeah.
Dad,
wow.
It was actually quite heartbreaking, the audio, if I remember correctly.
Right. This is what you look like.
Yeah, the
Hofburger.
The Hofburger.
The third pound.
Yeah.
Available at Carl's Jr.
Anyway.
So we'll continue to watch, what's happening in the Capitol Rotunda. But I do want to get to this. And Dan Borowski, you're watching The Dawn Show. And this is Dan Borowski, our executive producer, broke down Trump last night, making history in Michigan. Let's take a look as President Trump, first of all, becoming the first sitting U.S. president to visit General Motors' Milford Proving Ground, company's flagship vehicle testing facility. President selected GM as the location for an event to really highlight American automotive innovation, engineering, manufacturing. And then POTUS delivering remarks on stage at the Vehicle Development Garage to this audience of GM employees, suppliers, local officials, community members. So here is the moment that maybe you've heard about this, but here's the moment President Trump pushed back when a heckler interrupted with a chant related to the late convicted sex offender, Jeffrey Epstein.
And companies were coming in and just robbing us blind, and it was causing tremendous problems for your jobs. But now all of that is changing because I placed historic tariffs on foreign producers and manufacturers, including a 25% tariff on foreign automobiles, something that no other president had the courage to ever do. He's a communist. He's a communist.
Crowd drowns him out.
Thank you. He's a communist.
So he's calling
We're running against communists now. This is great. What's going on? But we're going to win very big.
Here's a little lesson. So what do you know what he said without looking? Did anybody not look? Could you hear what he was saying?
No.
So you couldn't, and that is a lesson.
Somebody teased something.
Don't stop. Don't stop when you're up there at any microphone, at any venue. Do what Trump did. He did. That was exactly right. Just speak louder. Hopefully the crowd will do what the crowd did. But they did report the guy was yelling, the heckler, "You're a pedophile protector."
Companies were coming in and just robbing us blind, and it was causing tremendous problems for your jobs. But now all of that is changing because I placed historic tariffs.
So good job.
Trump got louder, or did they boost his microphone?
Well, no. Trump knows what he's doing. So if this ever happens to you, just remember, because we've seen it. Who got thrown? Was it Kamala Harris? People get thrown. You've got the microphone. Lean into the microphone and you get louder, and the cameras, the television cameras or whatever, they're not going to pick up what the person says.
And this was last night?
Mm-hmm. In Michigan.
You imagine it's a Monday night in Michigan and you have nothing better to do with your life but to show up at a Trump speech to shout that?
Well, some of them are paid.
And then be dealt with?
Yeah.
Go home to your mom.
Exactly.
Thanks, Dan.
I mean, he brings up a good point. Where are the Epstein files? Yeah.
Where are they? Nobody's talking about them.
When's anybody going to politically conveniently start talking about them?
A year later, here we are.
Where are the women at?
Well, they've released
months
millions of the files? How many did Obama release? How many did Biden release?
I have to go to the bathroom.
Huh? You have to go to the bathroom?
We've done this show before.
Oh, boy.
Let's move. Let's keep it moving.
He's
Obama,
I'm not relitigating Epstein or Iran ever again on the radio. I am retired from those subjects.
Yeah.
There's nothing until something new develops. I have nothing to add.
The Epstein class.
I'm triggered.
You're triggered?
Nothing's been done to any of them. But yeah, okay.
Pam Bondi on line 2. Let's get to, thank you, Dan. So let's get to Dan Borowski's next cut. This is President Trump announcing America First efforts in the auto industry.
But I also put a 25% tariff on all foreign trucks. So I called Mary about a year ago and I said, I hear that foreign trucks are killing us. She said, that's true. I said, congratulations. I'm going to put a 25% tariff on the foreign trucks.
Ask Dan Piazza what he thinks about
phenomenal business now with trucks.
Does he realize tariffs are wildly unpopular? Like, does he realize
He knows.
Okay. All right, cool.
Short-term pain, man.
President Trump, please make Mr. Piazza happy.
Keep doing all this. Keep doing all this. It's
So they were killing us
wonders
in trucks,
for your
and now
approval
we're
rating.
giving them. My policy is simple.
Bring in $1
If you
and
make
spend
your
$2.
truck or your car in a foreign country, you have to pay for the privilege of sending it into our market
I know.
and make it a lot of money. But
I
if
know.
you build
True story.
Spare me
in a factory
the
in Michigan-
YouTube chats with the 4D chest. I know.
Mm-hmm.
He knows what he's doing.
I'm actually thinking about getting out of my truck. I was actually in communication with some of the Piazza people late last week. I'm thinking about getting out of the truck because I don't want to spend $83 to fill up my tank when it used to be $58.
Yeah, $4.30.
I'm being dead serious.
$4.30 in gas, tariffs on
Where
everything.
do you drive?
Me?
How much gas are you using?
He drives into the station
Driving
every
to the
day.
station every day.
He takes his daughters to
drive my girls to softball.
I'm sticking up for my friend Nick Kayal here.
How
Like
many
he drives all the time.
on.
He drives from Bluebell into here every day.
Oh boy, that's so far.
No, it's not far, but I'm spending $25 more per tank per week. That's $100 a month. Now, I've got some negative equity in the truck, so getting out it's not the easiest thing to do.
How much? I mean, what else do you do? You love that truck.
I do like the truck.
And you deserve to have some enjoyment for what? $25 a week extra? I mean, really?
Yeah, Nick.
What can you get?
Yeah, Nick. Dawn has decided
Dawn,
you
gotta
go to Freedom Fuel.
Let me give you. Let me give you.
What satisfaction? What satisfaction can you get for $25? You love that truck.
I'll give you Kristen's Venmo.
You deserve that.
You send me an extra $100 a month so I can keep my enjoyment.
For $100 a month?
Yeah, only $100.
Only $100 a month. Yeah. Where can you get such pleasure?
Yeah, I get pleasure on the golf course. You
Okay.
probably should have spent
But you
$4,000
deserve that. You
on
work
golf
for
clubs,
that.
Nicky.
Wow, that's
Like, come on.
All right, I'm rerouting my donation to a gas card for Nick.
I like it. I'll take it.
Me.
Preferably Wawa, then I can grab some Sizzlies on the way out.
In the
Work on my
scheme of
figure.
life, okay?
Yeah.
In the scheme of life,
I didn't say
think-
I was going down to a smart car. I just might get out of the truck industry.
All right.
I might go to a smaller compact SUV.
As long as you love it. But I'm just saying, when you really look at it, I mean, people complain about this, that, and the other. What do you do? What do you do for yourself?
Yeah, Kristen, what do I do for myself?
You know what? You
Dawn?
work your keys
Total
off.
pivot. I'm going to keep the truck.
You love that truck.
Thank you, Stensland.
It's beautiful.
I'm going to golf.
Shiny.
I'm gonna
You
drive
need to
my
golf.
truck.
That's good for
I'm
you.
going to have my cocktails.
Yes.
I'm going to enjoy what
You
I
deserve
enjoy.
it.
Thank you.
Seriously.
Put my foot down.
Yes.
I feel better.
Do you say these kinds of things to Larry? I really think
do.
I screwed up.
I do say this.
My wife's never been like, you deserve that. Go drinking with the boys.
Rooney, I'll host you. We'll have a good time.
But I'm
Work meeting.
We all work hard. Like come on. These are a few niceties in life.
Yeah.
For what? $100 here, 100. Like it's not that much money.
Right. What was it before the Iran war? Could you afford it?
Oh yeah,
before
I
the Iran
liked
war?
my
Yeah.
tank Phillips at $58.
Yeah, I'm sure.
So
I'm
what?
sure.
The rest
For a
of
war
that
that's
sound
pointless.
okay. But before Greg, started,
Yeah.
and I love you, baby. But come on. So what he's saying is, President Trump says, if you build it here, build your factory here in Michigan or in America,
Where Trump's
make your automobiles or
market
trucks.
and make it a lot of money. But
Where-
if you build
where
Don't
Trump
interrupt.
ties
in a
made.
factory in Michigan or someplace in our country and make your automobiles or
Where's Trump
trucks right
vodka
here in
made?
America, you pay zero
Wait,
tax.
Trump has vodka?
Zero tariff.
Zero.
You pay zero.
Zero.
Zero tariff. There are-
Zero.
Hold on, Trump has a vodka?
I love it.
I believe so.
Yeah.
No way. How do I know?
Eric runs that.
It's Gump Trump.
I'll get you some.
Trump vodka. The barrel tap, $29.99. That's
Yeah.
not bad.
See?
I'll try it.
So the point of the tariffs, and obviously he has said short-term pain, but we've been getting ripped off, and so he's trying to make it. First of all, make it here, which is jobs, and you pay zero. So that's why all these factories are going up. That's why the jobs are coming back.
Somebody is selling on the secondary market Trump acai blueberry vodka, one liter. Guess what it's going for?
What?
$3,200.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Who the hell's paying?
Dang. That's amazing.
Folks, if you're spending more than $34 on a liter of vodka, you're a moron. I'll just put it that way.
Since Nick has to go to the bathroom, can we just go, Dan, to Trump 8, your cut, tiny little cars? Here, Dan loved this.
And today I'm giving all American car companies the right to build what are known as tiny cars. You know what that is? These little, because I go over to Europe and I see these little cars all over the place. And I say, why aren't we making them? They send some over.
Well, they suck.
But Sean Duffy, the Secretary of Transportation, has just cleared it. I was with him on the plane. I said, Sean, did you clear that? No, sir, not yet. I want it done now. Oh, it's done. He knows what. He's very smart. He's very smart.
Rooks.
No, but you're all cleared, Sean? So your company, Mary, if you want, I mean, you have the choice. It's a tiny little, beautiful little car. I'm not sure I want to get hit by one of your Silverados.
No.
Okay? Or one of your Cadillacs, but you'll make them as safe as possible, right? You put a cocoon. You put a little cocoon around them.
Look how small that is.
See, I would have been a wonderful automobile designer. But you have the right to do it, and they sell, inexpensively. They're actually beautiful.
Look how small that one is.
I don't know if I'm going to be using one.
I mean, the bright side is
Secret Service would love me driving around in one, but there's a tremendous market for.
The bright
Did you
side.
get one of those?
No, I wouldn't. I can't get the bike jersey on. You think I can fit in that?
It's true.
The bright side is
Even if you lived in the city, you can back up to the free grocery in Manhattan and load up.
And let's be honest, you know who drives those? These little dorky progressives.
College, college?
Little bougie Gen Zers. Yeah, well, I mean, if they break down, you can just pick it up and carry it home.
They are cute.
No, they're not. No, I could never fit in one of those. I'm 6'2".
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I mean, if I ever go car again, it's full size sedan.
Right.
Nice.
At a minimum.
Right.
So finally, really quick here, I will just say this is a fun update. We love to see the bald eagles. And I don't know if you like these different cams, but this is Big Bear, the bald eagle named Jackie.
Jackie.
Who was...
Where's Jackie?
At the Ojai... Where's Jackie?
Joe still doesn't know.
No.
Oh, my gosh. God bless him.
And today I'm giving all American car...
Let's hear the bald eagle.
So this is the bald eagle, Jackie, in stable but critical condition, treated in intensive care at the, I love these cameras. This is a Ojai Raptor Center.
Yeah.
So we have the update that the bald eagle couple in Big Bear there has been receiving care at the center since she was discovered on the ground near Big Bear Lake after a fight with two younger. So she's a baby boomer.
We had bald eagle fight
She's like
club.
a boomer. And the two younger eagles were trying to boot him out of the nest or whatever. So she was discovered all anemic with inflammation affecting her kidneys. And there she is.
Wow. And they're no longer an endangered species. Now over 10,000 breeding pairs.
It's amazing.
Wow.
We have them here now.
I've never seen one. You see hawks all the time. I always get people that I'm golfing with. Oh, look, there's a hawk in the tree. I'm like, dude, you never seen a hawk? Like, alert me if it's a bald eagle.
We have the hawks. We have obviously the peregrine falcons that are here.
Yes.
And every once in a while, you'll hear they swoop down and they get something, and it's like screaming. It's like, oh my god!
I mean, I've seen cardinals. I've seen orioles. I've seen maybe a blue jay.
They're in Florida. You see them in Florida a lot. If you, I'm sure Tony Bruno has the stories.
Exactly.
So, in any event, Jackie is showing encouragement as she needed a blood transfusion and doing better.
Hey, Jackie's got more life in her than Mitch McConnell does at this point.
I know, right?
Where's Mitch at, by the way?
Where is Mitch McConnell at?
He's out of the hospital. The latest, seriously, he's out of the hospital.
I saw that
but
last night.
You saw it?
But in therapy.
But still rehab. And so he's at home recovering.
Yep.
Out of the hospital. So we have that going on.
Okay.
We will obviously, I'm sure we'll break in at which point President Trump is delivering the eulogy.
He liked war.
He
loved war.
Nick Kayal has to go to the bathroom, so I don't know what to do. The vice president's speaking.
Well, you should.
Nick is doing the potty dance
I
right now.
can just go in my seat if you want.
No, you should do it on the other side. We have to take a break.
So we have to take a break. We're sponsored by City Winery. This summer, Americana legend Lyle Lovett